delays and hope that all of you are feeling well and ready to get going. It is regretful that the Council won't be with us to participate in these hearing sessions, but I am confident that the sessions will be productive and will assist me in reaching my decision on this proposal. I am in a conference room at the DPEA offices in Falkirk. Am I being clearly picked up by everybody?
Yes.
Good. Well, welcome everybody to the hearing in relation to the appeal by Falk Renewables Wind Limited for planning consent for the construction and operation of a 7-turbine wind farm and associated infrastructure with turbine heights of up to 149.9 metres and rotor diameter up to 140 metres and an operational life of 30 years. The wind farm is proposed to be sited at Barwellanty Estate and Glen Swinton Farm in Dumfries and Galloway. I will refer to it as Mochrum Fell Wind Farm throughout these proceedings and in my decision notice. My name is Sinead Lynch. I am a reporter with the Scottish Government in the Planning Environmental Appeals Division, and I have been appointed by Scottish ministers to consider this appeal and reach a decision. The process undertaken to reach that decision is written submissions, site visits, and these hearing sessions. In terms of this process, the hearing will take the form of a number of oral sessions using the informal hearing procedures, and I will run through what those procedures are at the beginning of each of the sessions for the benefit of those who are not joining the full 2 days. The main purpose of today's session is to make sure that I fully understand the positions of the parties on relevant policy matters. Where there is a dispute between the parties, I need to be clear on the reasons for that dispute. If I am content that I fully understand the position on a particular matter or issue, there will not be any questions from me today, as I have had the benefit of full written submissions from most of you. As we start today and at the start of each separate session, I will ask parties to introduce themselves. There's a relatively large number of people participating, and I appreciate that not everybody is on screen at all times. I can see 9 people. That will change when people speak, and I do have your names in front of me. So for the benefit of everybody else, it would be useful if perhaps the applicant and the appellant, same thing, could introduce their team first, and then we will go around and introduce all the other groups in the order of, first of all, the appellant, then Help Save Mochrum Fell Group, then Ms Crosthwaite and her team, and then Corsock and Kirkpatrick Durham Community Council, and then any other members who are here today to speak. So if we could start with the appellant and their team.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. My name is David Bell. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and will be representing the appellant today. Also participating on the call is my colleague Pippa Gardner, Mr. Alan McIntyre from Falk Renewables, and also Mr. Andrew Remand from Remand Environmental. It may just be me that's doing the speaking today, unless there's any points of clarification that we require to bring somebody else in on. The other attendee for today will be Mr. Rob Shepherd from Hayes Mackenzie, who will be dealing with some noise matters, but he won't be attending until the condition session later. Thank you.
Thank you. And if we could hear from the Help Save Mochrum Fell group.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is John Campbell. I'm a Scottish Bar representing Help Save Mochrum Fell group. I'm accompanied this morning by Trevor and Elaine Proctor, who I think you can see on your screen.
Yep.
The principal participants. And there are others in the group who will be in and out of the call. On the policy matter, I have with me Mr. Chris Ford, whose written statement you've seen, I think.
Yeah.
And Mr. Ian Kelly, a Chartered Town Planner. Both are Chartered Town Planners, and Mr. Kelly's statement is also before you.
Indeed.
I see his initials there. I haven't seen his face yet, but no doubt he is there.
Thank you. Ms. Crostway?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I am here with expert witness Professor Mariana Alves Pereira, we will be both speaking this morning with regard to the National Planning Framework consultation. We will be focusing on noise, and then tomorrow Mr. Melvin Grosvenor will join myself in the discussion on noise conditions.
Lovely, thank you. Corsican and Kirkpatrick, Durham Community Council.
Hello, everybody. I am Caroline Pridham. I'm representing Corsican and Kirkpatrick, Durham Community Council, and in fact, all of our residents within the area. And I will be speaking later this afternoon. I also am representing myself as a resident of Corsican and also as a member of the Community Council.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the call not affiliated to a particular group who would wish to introduce themselves?
I don't fall within that category. I'm part of the Save Mochrum Fell group, and I'm hoping, along with a few others, to address you briefly this afternoon. Could I just ask one point of clarification? How do you like to be addressed?
I really don't mind at all. Reporter, Ms. Lynch, either is fine. Thank you.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Right. Mr. Montgomery, yes.
Hello, yes, I'm David Montgomery. I'm a resident in Auchenvay. It sort of overlaps with Trevor and Elaine and Caroline, but I'm not formally attached to any of them. I'll be speaking this afternoon and sadly dropping in and out of the meeting, but I will be back to represent from some views from my neighbours.
Lovely. Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. We'll see you and hear from you later this afternoon then. Thank you. Right. Well, thank you all very much for that. Please be aware that there are other people on the call who have indicated they are observing today and not taking part. And there is also a live feed of the proceedings both today and tomorrow. The hearings are webcast live at www.dpea.public-i.tv, and the video recording of the sessions will be retained on the website after the appeal is determined. By taking part in this virtual process, you are consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of these images and sound recordings and any information contained within them for webcasting and training purposes, and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Are you all content with that?
Yes,
Good.
please.
As a result of COVID-19 and pandemic regulations in Scotland, quite a number of cases determined by DPA have been conducted using virtual proceedings. I am sorry that we haven't been able to hold these hearings in person, but the regulations in place at the time it was set up meant that proceeding was by the virtual process. I'm confident it will run smoothly and will allow everybody to contribute effectively, subject to good Wi-Fi. Parties have been advised of the likely timetable for the two hearing sessions, and I have provided you with hearing agendas. For the benefit of everybody participating and watching, I will briefly explain the process that will be followed from over the next 2 days. Apart from today, it is anticipated that proceedings will commence tomorrow at 9:30 and run until about 4 p.m. So participants should be ready to join the meeting tomorrow about 9:15. Generally, we will allow 1 hour for lunch each day. I appreciate that it can be quite intense focusing on screens all day. and trying to follow what is being said by the various parties. So we will take more regular breaks than would be normal if we were meeting in person. I am anticipating a mid-morning break and a mid-afternoon break, which might be slightly longer. If anybody for any reason feels that they need to pause for a moment to follow the discussion or to recap what is being said because they're finding it difficult to follow the virtual proceedings, please let me know. I'm very sure we can accommodate you. As all the parties have all the relevant documents, it is not therefore planned to show any of the documents on the webcast. Parties are expected to work from your own electronic devices to access the relevant information and content. Normally, all of the documents would be available in paper form at the inquiry venue for the general public and participants to access. As a result of COVID-19 regulations, the Council is now still not required to make such arrangements, and instead all of the documents are published on the DPEA webpage under the case reference PPA-170-2152, and you have been provided with a link for your convenience. You may wish to use smartphones or other devices during the hearing sessions. This is entirely acceptable, but please ensure they are not audible to either myself or other parties who are taking part. And I would also remind you that if you are having discussions amongst team members, again, entirely acceptable, but please make sure they take place off camera and that neither I or any other party can hear them. If you are meeting with more than one person who is not a family member, please adhere to any current COVID guidelines. There are very few left, but those that are still apply. Should anybody be taken ill, hopefully not a situation that will arise, we may need to adjourn to ensure medical attention is sought. I will then consult parties on how we will proceed and when we will reconvene. Temporary breaks may be necessary if we encounter technical difficulties linked to the virtual meeting platform. Hopefully that will not occur, but please be aware that a member of DPEA IT staff will be present during the virtual process. Today it's Callum, whom I think most of you have at least met and some of you spoken to. Please contact Callum in the first instance. I think you all have his contact details if there is an IT issue. Should there be any other issue relating to the proceedings, Christine Brown is the case officer. Again, I think you have all either spoken with or contacted Christine. Any non-IT related issues, please contact Christine, who will be very happy to assist you. In all other respects, these hearing sessions will follow the same sequence of events that normally apply should we have met in person. 2 hearing sessions are planned to take place over the next 2 days, with the potential for a morning session on Wednesday should it be required. Hearing 1 on policy will follow this introductory session and is expected to take up most of the day, finishing roughly at 3 o'clock to allow some presentation on general issues from community members. We hope to start hearing 2 on landscape and visual impact and conditions tomorrow, beginning at 9:30, and we expect it to conclude at close of business. But as we progress during the day tomorrow, we can assess how we are getting on and decide that Wednesday morning might be needed. It's available and we certainly won't be constrained by time. Is everybody content with those timings?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
For those who are participating and watching who are not familiar with the hearing process, the normal sequence of events is as follows. I ask any questions I've set out on the agenda. Parties respond in the order, both today and tomorrow, of the appellant, the Help Save Mochrum Fell group, Ms. Crosswaith and team, the community councils, and or any others. I may then have follow-up questions arising from the discussion, which I will direct to the relevant party. Questions from the floor can be made but need to be directed through me. I will then indicate when I'm satisfied that I have sufficient information and we'll then move to the next agenda item. Once the discussion on all topics at each of the hearing sessions has concluded, I will offer parties the opportunity to make a closing submission in writing, although this is not obligatory, and if you feel that your contribution during the hearing sessions and your previous written submissions is sufficient, you are not obliged to do this. And we will agree the timescales for the closing submissions at the end of the process, be that tomorrow afternoon or Wednesday morning. Please remember that in addition to the evidence considered at these oral sessions, my decision will also take into account a range of other matters raised in consultation responses and in the written submissions submitted both to the Council during the planning application process and which were submitted with this appeal, and all the appeal documentation submitted by all the parties in writing to date. All of these are available for all parties to view on the DPA website under the reference I have already mentioned. I would also mention that I have undertaken unaccompanied site visits. So I have visited both the site and the surrounding area in early April of this year. And those site visits included viewpoints as included in the appellant's submissions and viewpoints suggested by other parties in their submissions. I've also journeyed north and south on the A712 and the A713, and I've also visited high-level viewpoints, although the weather was not entirely clement on my high-level viewpoint sites. I nevertheless achieved what I intended to, so I'm content. It may be after these oral sessions that I need to decide whether or not I need to make further visits prior to completing my decision notice. If I do, I will indeed let you know whether or not they will be accompanied or unaccompanied, but in either event, you will know what I am going to see and roughly when. So before I finish with some housekeeping issues that we all need to keep in mind this morning, I would like to remind everybody of the importance of being kind and courteous to each other throughout these proceedings. You may find you disagree with the substance of what is being said by other parties, but please remember to be polite and try to respect parties' rights to have enough time to understand any questions or the response to questions or to explain their position. I fully appreciate that a virtual process is not the most comfortable position for many parties, and therefore I think we all should try and be as understanding as possible. I'm very sure that will be the case. So, some housekeeping matters before we begin proceedings in earnest. The use of the microphone is very important in a virtual event as it records both the sound and the video then switches to the person speaking, which is very important for me. As I said, despite the number of people participating, our Teams setup allows me only to see either 6 or 9 of you at any one time. If you find at any point I am not responding to your seeking my attention, you will note on the top bar of your Teams window, there is a little hand. If you press that, if I am not responding, or simply wave, I will eventually find you and respond. And if you find that I might be moving on before you have had a chance to respond or direct a question through me, again, please catch my attention by physically waving and using the little hand. It comes up yellow on my screen so I can see who is trying to attract my attention. When you're not speaking, please try to remember to mute your microphone. It just minimizes any technical issues. It's likely that over the next few days, some or all of us may forget to mute or unmute our microphones. And please just signal this has happened and give each other the opportunity to address the problem. Quite often, it's very easy to miss the fact that you haven't unmuted. But if we can politely and courteously bring it to each other's attention, it shouldn't interrupt proceedings unnecessarily. I have been advised that there is no fire alarm test over the next 2 days. So if there is a fire alarm, I apologise in advance, but I will have to leave the hearing because it will be a fire. If you have an emergency affecting your attendance, please do not hesitate to depart. If it's an actual emergency, we can temporarily adjourn the proceedings. But if it's simply that you need to leave, please switch off your video and your microphone and then return to join the call. Please don't leave the call if you're simply leaving for a comfort break or to do something for a short period of time. If you see me looking away, I'm going to briefly explain what I am doing here in the office in Falkirk. I have a 3-screen setup. So I'm looking at a laptop and I have 2 screens, one on either side of me. We do try very hard to work paper-free. So I am trying very hard to work paper-free. I have all the documents on 2 screens in digital form. If you see me looking away from the camera, it's not that I'm not paying attention. I'm simply looking at documents which are on screens behind my video camera. So if there is a short delay in my responding, it is simply because I'm looking at another screen. It's not the technology not working correctly, it's simply me. Before I move on to the start of the hearing session itself, are there any questions on these procedural matters? Is everybody content that they understand how matters are going to proceed? Excellent. Before we start the hearing session on the agenda items, are there any preliminary matters that anybody would wish to raise at this stage that don't fall naturally into the agenda items? Mr. Bell.
Yes, thank you, Mum. It's just one matter is to do with the condition session tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's just to say that in terms of the proposed draft noise condition, that's now been agreed with the Environmental Health Officer of Dumfries and Galloway Council. The condition was attached as an appendix to the hearing statement rebuttal. And there is one error in it. It's a very simple one, but it's a fundamental one. The values in the tables are just the wrong way around. So we've corrected that. And what we were going to do was just email that document into Christine this morning, if you agree, and parties will have an opportunity to see that amended version. But that's the only change to it. It's simply the values in the 2 tables. Okay,
thank you. Mr. Campbell, have you any comment?
Yes, we spotted this out yesterday, ma'am, and we're going to raise it with you, as usual. So nothing more to say about it for the moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, Mr. Bell, if you could please then email that into Christine Brown, and Christine will then circulate that to all the parties, and we can discuss it in more detail tomorrow at the conditions session. Okay. Any other preliminary matters that any party might wish to raise? No. Well, shall we begin? Agenda item number 2, renewable energy policy. Before we begin in earnest, I actually did have one preliminary question for Mr. Bell, which is just a factual question. I note that the consent arising from the previous appeal decision is due to expire on the 30th of September 2022.
Yes, that's not. I was going to raise that in any other matters that because it was a time-limited consent. It was the 5-year period would have been up on the 5th of April 2021, and that is the case because Section 58 disapplies the whole of Section 58 time-limited consent. It's quite a discrete legal point. So what it means is that the coronavirus regs would not have saved that consent. So that the consent expired in April 2021. I think the appellant's position is, this is a standalone application, and the point will be made that it's a material consideration in terms of the previous decision. But that is the factual position.
Okay, no, that's fine. I simply wanted confirmation of that because I did wonder, did the savings provisions extend it to September of this year? Okay, No. And I take it there's been no implementation of that consent.
That's correct.
So it has expired. Okay, lovely. Any question from any party on that point? No? Okay. Okay, that was my preliminary matter that I wish to raise just for clarification. I have set out on the agenda some discussion points for this morning. I appreciate that not everybody will wish to take part in this particular part of the discussion, but as I'd set out earlier, I will ask a question and then the order of response should be the appellant, the Help Save Mochrum Fell group, then Ms. Crosthwaite and her team, the Corsa and Kirkpatrick Durham Community Council, and then any other party should they wish to respond. You may find that the points you wish to make are made well by somebody else, and then you can simply indicate your support of that position to me. You don't need to repeat what others have said unless you wish to expand on it. If you wish to comment on what other parties have said, could you please wait until everybody has responded and then indicate that you have a question through me. I may have questions myself. If you see me looking down, it's because I am taking notes. I'm not taking extensive notes today because I have the benefit of the recording of these sessions. So my first question this morning relates to the Scottish Energy Strategy. And this is a document released by Scottish Government. It updates their position on their energy strategy, not simply relating to wind energy, but relating to all energy forms, active and hopefully active in the future in Scotland. It was issued in, I beg your pardon, I am on the wrong document. It is a position statement by the Scottish Government. I had some general questions initially about your responses. I've had written responses from most parties on this, but in terms of the planning system, and one of the fundamental tenets of the planning system in Scotland is achieving the right development in the right place. Do any of the parties feel there has been a change in emphasis in the priority of onshore wind as an energy source in terms of the planning system and that fundamental principle of having the right development in the right place? If we could begin with Mr. Bell.
What I would do, the question on item 2 is referring to the 3 documents. What I can do is take 3 together and then give the conclusion.
Yeah, that's
answer
fine.
the question, if that's okay.
Yeah,
rather
that's
than
fine.
doing it step by step. I think in terms of the Scottish Energy Strategy, that was covered in quite a bit of detail in the planning statement, which is document. I don't think we need to go there, but it's PPA 1.7, and that refers to the Scottish Energy Strategy at page 31. It's about a page and a half of text, so I won't repeat that. But one of the key phrases in the document is that onshore wind must continue to play a vital role in Scotland's future. So that's a reference within that document. The second document is the onshore wind policy statement. That was published at the same time. That's also referred to in the planning statement at page 32. And within that document, paragraph 3, it states that in order for onshore wind to play its vital role in meeting Scotland's energy needs and a material role in the economy, its contribution must continue to grow. Onshore wind generation will remain crucial in terms of our goals for a decarbonised energy system. It goes on in paragraph 4 of chapter 1 in the statement to say that this means Scotland will continue to need more onshore wind development and capacity in locations across our landscapes where it can be accommodated. So it's two things there. It's emphasising the vital and crucial role of wind, but it's balancing that with the need for locations to be satisfactory in terms of where they can be accommodated. So that balancing consideration does come through. But what I would say is that the language is different from SPP, talking about vital and crucial. The third document referred to in the agenda item is the Onshore Wind Policy Statement Refresh, which is APP 4.13. And that was referred to in detail in the appellant's December written submission in response to Procedure Notice 3.
Yeah.
And I don't propose to go through it in any great detail, but I think one of the differentiators in that document was for the very first time a specific target for onshore wind is proposed, and I accept it's for consultation. The exact number is for consultation, but the commitment to a target is in the government's programme. And there are really just probably two references in the document I would highlight. The ministerial forward on page 1 states, this is in the fifth paragraph, onshore wind remains vital to Scotland's future energy mix, and we will need much more as we continue to progress to meet Scotland's legally binding net zero target. And then within the document, at paragraph 1.2.2, there's reference to the forecast increase in electricity demand, and that's largely driven by the move to decarbonising and heat and transport and making inroads into those sectors. But it says at paragraph 122, this will undoubtedly require a substantial increase in installed capacity across all renewable technologies. So what I would say is that balancing consideration of the right development in the right place remains. That's an important principle. But I would say that the emphasis on onshore wind and its role, particularly through the 2020s, is different from what's in SPP. And we'll maybe come on to see again how that's reflected in NPF4 just shortly, but I'll call a halt there.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Bell. Mr. Campbell.
Yes, I don't want to give evidence. I'm going to call on Mr. Ford and Mr. Kelly to respond in this question, but I would like to say this. Your question was focused in on the mantra of the right development in the right place, which you called an important policy. Quite understandably, Mr. Bell has focused on the language of vitality and usefulness and expedition and all of that. He hasn't focused really, apart from acknowledging the existence of the principle, on the second part of the equation, which is it the correct development for this location? And we would say, I think, that really that hasn't changed. Although the language, of course, I acknowledge that the language from SPP from June 2014 has changed a little bit in the up-to-date policy documents, the second of which, of course, is only a draft. The importance of the principle remains unchanged. Perhaps with your permission, I will ask Mr. Ford and then perhaps Mr. Kelly without giving any more evidence myself.
Lovely. Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Good morning, Ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody else on the session this morning. And I trust you can all hear me. Of these three documents, obviously the refresh is the most important and most recent. And in that, you can see that there is actually a clear change of emphasis. Mr. Bell has touched on it, but I feel we need to look at a bit more detail on this. Whilst the criteria for wind farm applications is unchanged, there is a clear and very important change of emphasis. By looking at the Scottish Energy Strategy and the refresh, we can see that there are major changes because of the energy situation has now changed. Circumstances and the need for the case for energy has changed substantially since this previous application on this site in 2016. Previously, through the last 10 to 15 years or so, there's been an open-ended all-out commitment to achieve as much energy as possible because of the urgent need to address the climate change and fossil fuel. Over the last 5 years especially, we have met the need for low carbon energy in Scotland. There is a huge quantity of renewable energy delivered in Scotland. At section 2.1.3 of the refresh, it states that we have 8.4 gigawatts of operational wind farms. It also gives a pipeline of 9.7 gigawatts. This consists of 0.4 gigawatts under construction, 4.6 consented and awaiting construction, and a further 4.7 approximately in the planning process. Putting aside the in the planning process stage, which obviously includes this application, there is therefore provision for 13.5 gigawatts of wind energy capacity of existing and consented wind farms. Now let's look at the demand side, which is given in the Scottish Energy Strategy. On diagram 7 on page 22 gives a yearly pattern of consumption. And from this, we can work out that the overall Scottish electricity demand is around 85 gigawatt hours per day. And if we turn that into averages of 1 hour a session, just because the numbers actually come back to the way we tend to look at these things much easier, that's the equivalent of about 3.5 gigawatts of demand. And these figures are also confirmed incidentally by the Scottish Energy Statistics data. And the other thing to say is that demand generally is falling on about 1% per annum basis. So these figures show that Scotland has a substantial excess of wind energy far and above the demand for electricity. The 13.5 gigawatts of operating and consented onshore wind energy, or even just the 8.4 gigawatts of operating wind farms, far exceed the 3.5 gigawatts of electricity demand by about 4.9 gigawatts, or the equivalent of, in megawatt terms, 4,900 megawatts. So when you study these figures, you see that there has been a substantial amount of excess wind energy in Scotland. So we have plenty of energy to cater not just for current electricity demand, but also for heat and transport in the future. The situation has led to two changes of emphasis in policy, both of which are visible in the refresh. Firstly, as Mr. Bell points out, rather than moving from the open-ended, unlimited approach to onshore energy, there is now a kind of fixed number and a quantification of the future capacity required. A second point of emphasis is how this required amount of energy can be delivered. So let's just look at those 2 points specifically. On the quantification of future consents, at 2.1.6 in the refresh, it sets out that the ambition is for 8 to 12 gigawatts to be installed, is the words used in the document, by 2030. And as mentioned, when you look at the refresh, it states that we already have about 5 gigawatts of existing consents. This includes the likes of Mochrum Fell 1. I appreciate its status is a bit uncertain, but this and other consents may not proceed to construction. By my calculation, there are about 1,800 megawatts of old consents which are unlikely to be built, which includes Mochrum Fell 1. Contained within the refresh figures. However, since the refresh, there has also been about 1,300 megawatts of consents have been issued. That gives a pipeline of approved consents weighting of about 4,190 megawatts. There has also been a change from the refresh figures in the under construction group. The refresh gives 430 megawatts under construction. The latest figures from the Renewable Energy Planning Database, which is a BEES-based document dated April this year, shows that there are 1,175 megawatts of onshore wind energy under construction in Scotland. Taken together, the refresh gives a pipeline of consented but yet to be installed capacity of about 4,935 megawatts, which is about 5 gigawatts, obviously. So set against the 8 to 12 gigawatts ambition, by recognizing the consents that are awaiting construction and those already under construction, that leaves only 3 to 7 gigawatts to be found by 2030. So there is plenty available consents available to fulfill the refresh ambition of 8 to 12 gigawatts. It takes about 2 years to build an onshore wind farm, not only to the applicant and to other applicants as well. So that means, in the words of the refresh, to be installed by 2030, unquote, consents are needed by 2028 at the latest. So we have 6 years to find 3 to 7 gigawatts of onshore wind to meet the ambition. That can comfortably be met. Importantly, that means that we have plenty of time to find good value sites where the local environmental effects are minimized. Now, going back to the change of emphasis, the refresh document tells us how the remaining 3 to 7 gigawatts should be delivered. The refresh specifies at 2.2 an emphasis on repowering existing wind farms, and at 4.2.1 extensions to existing wind farms. I can give you more details on what those numbers might mean if you'd like to, Marm.
Yep.
But essentially, what the Scottish Government policy is saying is that the 3.3 to 7 gigawatts that is required in the next few years to meet the ambition, that they essentially can be found on existing, what we would call existing use sites. There is enough capacity on these established use sites to fulfill the pipeline. So that is essentially saying that sites like Mochrum Fell 2 are really not required to meet the Scottish energy needs. The next 12 gigawatts of onshore wind power, however, is only an ambition within the refresh. It is not fixed in policy. The refresh also tells us how, sometime this year, perhaps into next year, how that ambition will be converted into policy. At section 2.1.7, it states that this decision will be based on A, the development of other generating technologies, B, decarbonising pathways and demand across other sectors such as heat and transport, what we call the whole energy system approach, and C, it also refers to other factors such as the barriers to deployment that are identified in the refresh document. I can go through each of those in much more detail, Marlon, if you want to, but let me just highlight 2 points.
Okay.
Firstly, the current barriers to deployment of the electricity network is substantial. It is formative. It is very difficult to overcome. From the figures that we've seen above, it is clear that Scotland has an excess current energy capacity of about 5 gigawatts. So that's 8.5 gigawatts current capacity over the current demand of 3.5 gigawatts. Leaves us 5 gigawatts of surplus. Some of this is shipped out to the rest of the UK, but due to the limitations of the transmission capacity, which is below that excess, we have to curtail wind farms and turn wind farms off. In 2020, the data shows that about 90% of all Scottish wind farm output had to be curtailed or turned off. The figure, in fact, for 2021 was lower at about 12 to 13%. That's essentially because it was a low wind year. And But the general trend is that something of the order of 12 to 20% of output from wind farms in Scotland is being curtailed and turned off. Another factor in this is that the 8 to 12 gigawatt ambition was set last autumn, and since then there have been other developments, most notably the offshore wind leasing round for the ScotWind auction. It was hoped that this would provide about 10 gigawatts of offshore wind energy capacity to add to the existing offshore wind operating and pipeline, basically, of 10 gigawatts of offshore wind energy. The result of the auction, however, in January of this year, provided 25 gigawatts. So that's 15 gigawatts, far more than hoped for, being provided. So, in a sense, that dwarfs the 8 to 12 gigawatt ambition. And because of the very successful auction, essentially the 8 to 12 gigawatts of ambition is not now required. Scotland has a total energy demand.
Can I interrupt you briefly, Mr. Ford, to ask a question about the offshore capacity?
Sure.
How deliverable and in what time frame would that be deliverable, given that the ambition is 2030 in terms of Scottish Government? So the auctions took place in January of this year. How deliverable would energy be from fully constructed offshore wind farms in terms of meeting the 2030 ambition?
Sure. We currently have about 2 gigawatts already operational offshore, and there's another 8 gigawatts in the current pipeline from previous auction rounds and in various stages of consenting and construction. Okay, and there is some that is not consented, but is leased, if you like, and is committed. And that is certainly expected to be delivered by 2030. In terms of the 25 gigawatts released in the Scottish auction round, the ambition is that it's delivered by the early 2030s. So in other words, if you want one date, if you like, it's 2032, but actually it really spreads from about 2028 through to about 2025. But if you like, the midpoint in that is really 2032. So it is very close to delivery, basically. The other thing to say about that is that the offshore industry is winding up to a pace of construction that we have not seen. It's been accelerating in terms of its build capacity, not just for Scottish offshore, but for the rest of the UK and across the globe. It is therefore building up a tremendous capacity to be able to deliver offshore wind capacity at a great rate of knots. So I think that answers that point. But if I can just come back to the overall energy demand for Scotland, if we include electricity, heat and transport, which is the figures that are shown, as I referred to earlier on, in the Scottish Energy Strategy, what you get to is there's about 17,500 megawatts of average demand throughout the year. Okay.
Yep. So
the offshore 35 gigawatts of energy, taken together with the 8.5 gigawatts that we already have onshore, and the other 1,200 approximately, which is under construction, you get to something like, if you start to add those up, you get to something like 45 gigawatts of energy capacity, wind energy capacity, which you can see being delivered by 2030 or the early 2030s. And therefore, that 44.5 gigawatts of wind energy capacity in Scotland obviously far exceeds this 17.5 gigawatts of energy demand in Scotland as well. So essentially, we have something like 2.5 times the capacity that we require. Okay.
Yep.
We could go into more technical details on that, Mom, because there's also things like load factors to take into account, but I think those are the broad part numbers.
Okay.
The overall conclusion to this, Mom, is firstly that Scotland has a large excess of onshore energy, far exceeding our demand. This already leads to substantial amount of wind farm energy being turned off and can't be used. If we look further forward at heat and transport, it's fairly clear that the 8 to 12 gigawatt ambition is essentially not required. And if you look at the timing of that, it was set in the autumn of last year. The highly successful offshore wind energy came through in January this year, and the 8 to 12 ambition is due to be considered later on this year by the Scottish Government. But the facts state absolutely clearly that we don't actually need that 8 to 12 gigawatts. We could perfectly happily not consent any more wind farms in Scotland and still achieve our ambition. So when we're looking at the balancing factors that you'll be considering in the next 2 days and with your own deliberations, one of the things I'd certainly like you to take away from this is that there isn't a need for more wind energy development in Scotland, onshore wind energy in Scotland. The prime case for this application is based on the justification of providing low carbon electricity. Essentially, we have so much of it in Scotland that we can't use it already, and therefore there is no need.
Okay.
Thank you, Mom.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ford. I think Mr. Kelly for Help Save Mochrum Fell is next to speak on that question.
Yes, that was my plan. I haven't spoken to him this morning. I think he's there.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Mr.
Thank
Kelly.
you. Thank you. I won't add to the need discussion. I just want to pick up 4 simple points, planning points on, and again, like Mr. Bell, I'm just trying to run everything together in one answer. I think we all accept that for many years now, first point is that for many years now, there has been strong Scottish Government policy support for onshore wind, and that policy support remains. However, looking at recent ministerial decisions and inquiry reports, particularly Glen Sherrill, one of the most recent ones, I think ministers have confirmed that the mantra of the right development in the right place still applies to planning decision-making. Secondly, ministers have not sought to change the planning balance approach. They still take an approach of balancing the benefits and disbenefits of wind energy. And critically, ministers have been very consistent in their decision-making in saying that NPF4 is a draft, and as such, they give it little weight in their determination of applications. So I just wanted to add these 4 planning points to what Mr. Ford said, ma'am. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. I think I'll hear from everybody on this point before coming back with specific questions. Ms. Crosswaith, did you or any of your team have any comments on this point? I don't think so, Ms. Crosswaith. I can't see you. Well, that's fine. We could then move to Corsa and Kirkpatrick Durham Community Council. Ms. Pridham, did you have any comments on this point?
Yes, I just have one comment which relates to the fact that, as far as I'm aware, I'm no expert at all in this, but Black Craig Wind Farm, which is already operational, and also Fell Wind Farm, which has just recently been consented, would in fact generate enough renewable electricity for the whole of Dumfries and Galloway if it was operational. That is according to the details on the developers' sites, based on the number of households in Dumfries and Galloway and the number of households that those 2 wind farms would generate. Therefore, I can see no need for another wind farm in Dumfries and Galloway, let alone in our specific community council area.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Pridham. If I could go back, thank you for your responses. One of the questions that comes to my mind following that discussion is, while I appreciate the capacity in the system, current pipeline and potential from the recent offshore auction, I think the question it raises is delivery of that capacity in meeting a 2030 ambition. How sure can we be that refreshing current consents by enlarging output in terms of turbine sizes, by extending existing wind farms, assumes actions by parties we have no control over? When we have appeals and applications in front of us to determine that do look like proceeding and delivering the required gigawattage to ensure supply, how reliable is it to look forward to unsecured delivery of energy, I think, is the question that it raises in my mind. Could I go to Mr. Bell first to respond to that? It is, on the face of it, by adding up and looking at capacity on a numerical exercise, quite clear, as Mr. Ford says, that the capacity is not only in the system, the delivery is also available in the system to ensure that ambitions by 2030 are more than capable of being met. And therefore, in reality, additional wind farms with new capacity are not required in Scotland. Mr. Bell?
Yes, thank you. I would say with respect that is a false narrative, and really, if the proposition is accepted on the basis of the reasoning Mr. Ford has set out, that would really run contrary to all the government policy documents that we're going through today. And the conclusion could be very clear that there's no need for any more new onshore wind farm developments in Scotland. I think that would be, an extreme position to take, and it would be certainly counter to the recent Scottish Government decisions, Strathy Wood, for example, which is before this hearing. What I would say is that when you look at the figures, as Mr. Ford did in the onshore wind policy statement, there's around 5 in planning consenting process. There's about 5 waiting construction. But even if that analysis is right, that you get to 3 to 7 gigawatts of new capacity needed, and my own calculations, it's about 6 or so, so we're not far off. That has to come through as new consent. And the government's always been clear that not every project will proceed. And indeed, Mochrum's a good example of that, where it's simply not viable at 125 metres. And there are many other developments in Scotland that are progressing on that basis in terms of reworking an older consent. So yes, onshore wind has been a good success story, but that will take some time to deliver, as Mr. Ford says. But the government knows that and has been very clear in setting out its ambition for onshore wind in the documents we've referred to. And we'll just come on to NPF 4 and see what that says about it as well. I think to also the assumption that all the additional capacity can come through repowering, I would say is simply not evident. There's no evidence of that. I would ask, maybe through you, ma'am, if Mr. Ford could name maybe just 3 repowering proposals on existing sites for me and the capacity that they will deliver and when. That would be helpful. But in terms of the other matter of curtailment and grid transmission infrastructure, we've made a response to that in our rebuttal that we don't think that's a material matter. Paragraph 165 of SPP, very clear that grid constraints should not be
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bell. Mr. Ford, back to you. I don't need
Sure.
Three exact examples. That's absolutely fine. I hope you understand why, Mr. Bell. But I think it is there any statistical evidence on the repowering capacity of existing wind farms that we could perhaps hear about?
Sure. Okay. Well, one thing I'm not sure you just quite understand about is that
Mr. Campbell is just interrupting you just for a moment.
No, I wasn't going to interrupt, I'm sorry. I was going to give you some examples, but leave them with us to give us response there. Didn't mean to interrupt, Mr. Ford, sorry.
We'll come back to you, Mr. Campbell, after Mr. Ford. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. In terms of the deliverability, which is the central question here, I've set out numbers which show that actually the recent consents exceeds the amount of wind farms which are unlikely to be built. There is a long pipeline, I accept that, of around 5 gigawatts that the refresh policy refers to. I actually, in preparing for this yesterday, went and crunched the numbers specifically because I realised that's quite an important question. And I cut out basically anything more than 3 years old out of that pipeline. And I got to a figure about 3 gigawatts, if you like. And that doesn't include the stuff that's, if you like, recently moved into construction. As I've indicated, post-COVID, it looks like we've had an uplift in construction activity. So my overall perspective is that all of that capacity that I've talked about is essentially deliverable. I actually don't think it will be delivered fundamentally, and that's because the need isn't there. Okay, I won't go into a lot of detail. This is an area of academic research for me, so I won't fill you with my thesis, if you like. But essentially, we have so much capacity in Scotland that now we're getting to the point where the UK government is starting to intervene and starting to introduce policy amendments, if you like, to try and curtail the issue. Because what this leads to fundamentally is a perspective that we need more transmission capacity between Scotland and England. But essentially, that's not really needed, and it doesn't serve consumers best because, to be frank, the offshore wind energy in the southern North Sea is closer to the main energy demand centres in the Midlands and southern England than it is in Scotland, and therefore it's cheaper to deliver it that way. So I do think you'll see some sense of this. But in terms of what the industry is prepared to do, the figures actually do tell you that we lose about a third of that consented capacity not being built. And in terms of repowering, the refresh tells us there's 2.5 gigawatts of wind farms coming up for repowering decisions in the next few years. The refresh doesn't actually give us a timeline on that. It doesn't say whether it's 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, or 5 years kind of thing, but 2.5. But for repowering, probably the best example that's available is Hagshaw Wind Farm, which is in South Lanarkshire. And I can't remember the actual numbers off the top of my head, but it's increasing by about 5-fold in terms of its capacity, because they're going from 80-metre high turbines to 230, I think, high turbines, and therefore that's a substantial increase. There are others coming forward, and I fully accept that in my estimate, actually, if you look at that 2.5 gigawatts in the refresh and apply a 5-fold factor, means that you're effectively increasing capacity, in the repowering numbers by about 10 gigawatts, so quite a lot. I fully accept, and actually the policy says this, that we won't necessarily achieve all of those because replacing 200-metre turbines as against 80-metre turbines won't always be approvable in all situations. However, there is also the extensions to existing wind farms. And a lot of wind farms currently could take extensions. If you look at the energy consent unit figures, you'll see that there are about 10 extensions to wind farms already consented, and they provide typically around about 100 megawatts per wind farm. So that gives you a gigawatt basically.
Yeah.
And there are about another 18 to 20 extensions either going through the application pipeline process. So if you take that number of what's been consented already in terms of extensions and apply it to the number to give you a projection, you can get to something like 2,500. Now that's just the 2.5 gig. So that's just the ones that are currently in the pipeline. There's no reason why others wouldn't come through as well. So the idea that we have, essentially we're looking for something like, as Mr. Bell says, around about 6 gigawatts required to meet the ambition. I have no doubt that capacity sits within existing established use sites. There's no doubt about that in terms of the numbers, if you like. And of course, we have to remember that the 8 to 12 is just an ambition. We don't know whether that's been going to be implemented in policy. And in terms of Mr. Bell's general point about that's not the direction, if you like, of the Scottish Government policy, I think that's not an unfair statement. We're starting to see the change in the refresh that's coming through on the points I've already made to you. But if you look back at history, it's very clear that policy documents take a long time to evolve to adjust for the current situation. And it's a bit like turning a super tanker. It takes a long time to change policy to the current situation. And in fact, in my academic research, I actually criticised the Scottish Government going back 20 years, in fact, to say that it took us a long time to recognise that we needed renewable energy and to build up this whole, if you like, momentum behind it. So it took about 8 years to really get the train running to the point where it was producing the amount of consents required to build it. Hopefully, it'll take only 3 or 4 years to turn the super tanker again to the point where we stop issuing consents willy-nilly, basically, on a free-for-all basis. But it is very clear that in the refresh document that there is a nuancing and a sophistication coming to Scottish energy policy, which is being recognised in Scottish energy policy. And I think the broader point is that there is a disconnect between, the Scottish energy policy and UK energy policy. And UK energy policy is hinting, it doesn't directly criticise Scottish Government, it wouldn't do that for political reasons, but it is clearly hinting we don't need any more wind energy consented in Scotland beyond what's already there. And my research takes me into some of the technical areas involved here. There are technical changes coming down the track. You may be aware, ma'am, that the Scottish Government is critical of the transmission charges, for example, in Scotland, wish to see them lowered. But it's very clear that some of the technical changes coming down the track are because of the way the transmission charging system works, will actually increase the cost for transmission for wind energy generators in Scotland, and that's because it's a cost-reflective system. And if you want to build enough transmission lines between Scotland and England to cope for that substantial excess, because we're now talking about 20 gigawatts of excess power, you really need something like 10 to 20 transmission lines between Scotland. Frankly, I don't believe that's going to be developed. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Mr. Campbell, I think you were going to provide us with the names you said of.
I think that's essentially the question.
Yeah.
I've just made a tough list of 6, but I'm never given to you just now because I was checking on it.
Okay, absolutely fine. Thank you. Ms. Pridham, did you have any comment on that matter? No? Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Crosswaith?
No, I have no comments on that at all. Thank you.
Thank you. I am content that my general questions on national energy policy have been discussed. I'd like to move on to National Planning Policy Framework 4 draft. But before we do so, I know we have only started at 10 a.m., but I do think, given that we're on screens, that it's probably wise to take a 5 or 6 minute break. So if we can reconvene at 11:20, please feel free to switch your microphones and videos off, but please don't leave the call. And then if we reconvene at 11:20 and we can start with National Planning Policy Framework 4. Thank you.
Thank you.
6 minutes is not quite enough time for a cup of coffee.
It's not, is it? I apologise.
I managed to make one.
Well done. Right, I'm just looking at participants. I think everybody is back in the virtual room, so welcome. We finished at a natural break before we began National Planning Framework 4, which is a draft paper issued by Scottish Government. I have a number of questions for the parties on this. The first one is, and I apologise slightly in advance, but it is quite a general question. It relates to the weight given to the draft MPF4. And I'm thinking of this mainly in the context of the other national energy policies that we've just discussed. I don't need an essay on the weight that I should give to MPF4 in reaching my decision, but your views on it would be useful. So the question is, what weight do the parties consider should be given to draft MPF4? I apologise for using abbreviations. I appreciate not everybody knows what they are. National Planning Framework when I say MPF4. And I will try to remember to say National Planning Framework. Abbreviations are just, I appreciate, not entirely clear to everybody, but a pitfall of being a reporter. So, Mr. Bell, could I start with you for perhaps a general comment on the weight given to MPF4?
Yeah, thank you. And will we then come back to the question before that about the implications for delivery for MPF4?
Yes.
That's fine.
Yes, we will.
So in terms of weight, I mean, I think Mr. Kelly touched on this, and I agree with him. It's limited weight, I would say, to any of the draft policies. That would only be appropriate. It would be the same if it was a development plan in draft form. Because we know the document is going to go back to Parliament, I think, later in the summer. But what I would say is that the statutory outcomes are in the annex to NPF4 deal with net zero and increasing capacity for renewable energy development. They're not being consulted on. They're set in law. And also the government's drive to attain net zero that's threaded throughout the document.
Yeah,
that's not being consulted on. We know that that's set in law as well. And in setting out the appellant's response on NPF4, we've been very careful to say that we don't want to rely on future policy to say that this development is acceptable. And focus should be on SPP and that approach. But what we can draw, I would say, from NPF4 is the clarity around the drive to net zero and those outcomes, to which I would say more than limited weight given. The other point is about the climate emergency and those legal obligations for emissions reduction. I would say it doesn't take NPF4 to make those matters real and material in a planning context. But what will be important is how these points are addressed in terms of weight to the benefits of a development. And that is why I think in the response that we put in, I think it's in the bottom response to the hearing statements, there was reference to the Strathy Wood decision. Yes. And the reporter there talked about putting more weight on the benefits of a renewable energy development, not just in the context of NPF4, but in terms of that wider canvas of documents, some of which we've touched on today. I would say that would be the appropriate approach, the one I would commend.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Mr. Campbell? You're on mute, Mr. Campbell.
It's a pound in the box for me. Sorry, nothing to add at this stage.
Okay.
I'll defer to my witnesses as before.
Mr. Kelly or Mr. Ford, have you anything to add?
Yes, ma'am. Can I just again, I would just emphasise that I probably mainly agree with what Mr. Bell's saying. This is a draft which you should be aware of. You should be aware of the full text, but give little weight to it. But I would also endorse the importance of what Mr. Bell said at the end there, that the current appeal should be determined in the context of existing policy. The appellants are not relying on future policy for a decision. And I think that's an important point, ma'am. We differ obviously as to what your conclusion should be, but we agree that you should be making your decision based on existing policy.
Thank you.
And this moment, in terms of the planning witnesses here before you, there's an agreement across the board, relatively lightweight. In terms of the benefits that Mr. Bell is talking about, obviously that assumes that the energy can be delivered and that it's going to be used. And as we've set out earlier on, seriously under question.
Thank you. Ms. Crossway, I think you had indicated that you wish to speak specifically to MPF 4, National Planning Framework 4. I apologise again. So would you like to enter the discussion?
Yes, I really want to come in on the, sorry, just hold on a sec. Yes, I really just want to come in on the implications of the delivery of the proposal and what I and Professor Marianne Alves Pereira has to say really relates to current planning policy as well. So if you want me to speak now, I can, or I can wait till we come to the implications.
Okay, probably better to wait. We're going to move on to Scottish planning policy next. It may fall more naturally into that in relation to current policy. I'm happy with whatever you are comfortable with. If you wish to speak to MPF 4, please go ahead at this stage.
Well, it probably is then, because it all relates to the statement that I submitted. Yes. And the submission to National Planning Framework 4 and the documents that I've submitted there. So it's most appropriate at this stage, I think.
Okay.
So I will make various introductions and to what I'm going to say, and then Professor Alves Pereira, she will follow on from me, and I will come back in if that's okay.
Yes, indeed.
Professor Alves Pereira doesn't have a video contact, so she will just be speaking.
Okay, no, that's absolutely fine. Thank you.
Okay. So the amended Town and Country Planning Act directs the National Planning Framework must contribute to 6 outcomes, improving, and the one I want to specialise in is improving the health and well-being of people living in rural Scotland. And this has real implications for the delivery of this proposal, and that the health and well-being of anyone who's living close to wind turbines is current planning policy as well as for the future. The increasing negative health impacts on affected residents is already steadily developing into a public health crisis across Scotland. I would ascertain that the time for an update should be part of the NPF4 as the only course of action in order to protect the health and well-being. How can the planning process be fit for purpose if it allows its rural citizens to be subjected to noise pollution, which leaves some families with no alternative but to seek refuge in a camper they drive to a location sufficiently far away from the wind turbines so to be able to have a peaceful night's sleep? The process the government recommends to use to manage wind turbine noise is still ETSU R97, the assessment and rating of noise from wind farms and its associated good practice guide. The medical profession were not involved in the development of this process and ETSU R97 itself actually confides that its veracity and accuracy are questionable. I would like to refer yourself, ma'am, to the scientific commentary on the UK government's DeBeese scoping review of current onshore wind turbine noise assessment guide. Page 4, extract from the executive summary. And at this point, I will let Professor Albert Pereira speak.
So I have unmuted. Good morning to all.
Good morning. Thank you, Professor Alvarez Pereira.
So the document that Ms. Crosswaith just referred to was a scientific commentary on the recent scoping review that DBES, I hope I'm saying that right, DBES, the Department of DBES recently did. And again, I just want to say that our team was ecstatic about DBES making this scoping review because we thought, as how silly of us, but we thought that ETSU would thus be reviewed and at least updated. And, you know, it's a 25-year-old document, and it refers to wind turbines that were in use 25 years ago, which I'm sure we can all agree is not what is currently, at least in this planning application, being proposed. I would also like to say regarding the ETSU, as a scientist, we are scientists. So when we have to review a document that clearly states, and I'm quoting from my document, page 21, this scientific commentary, it's paragraph 64. And the document initially says that there is no benefit of any warranty or commitment whatsoever as to the veracity or accuracy of any facts. Or, you know, we're scientists, so we have an enormous difficulty moving on from this statement. But I later understood, and it was explained to me, that the department that was initially in charge of this wind turbine energy would have been the nuclear energy people, and this statement is commonplace in documents coming out of that department, which apparently no longer exists. I was sort of explained that was sort of explained to me. Doesn't help much. I'm a scientist. This really bothers me, but okay, we moved on. And then I checked to see who the members were of the working group that came up with this document, this ETSU. And as you can see on paragraph 68, page 22 of the same document I'm referring to, you can see that there is zero participation of any medical personnel. There's no public health person. There's no MD. It's astounding. And I, you know, again, how can, my question as a scientist is, if this ETSU document 25 years ago would have been supposedly also would include the consideration of public health issues, well, where are they represented by this group? It seems to me that they are not represented. And yet here we are today, 25 years later, and the Scottish and the UK in general are using this document to as a, you know, a public health document. Oh, well, it says here that we can do this, so it's okay for the health of people. Really? Where? Who opined? Who gave any medical scientific opinion about this? So this just regarding ETSU, and which I understand is still ongoing, and I don't see any review in sight. At least I have not been informed that there is a review in progress. So again, to continue these types of hearings based on this ETSU document, as a scientist, it's very difficult. And most of the issues are also laid out in this scientific commentary. I don't know if I should go into, Susan, if you would want me to go into the actual health things, or just the fact that this is all of what we are here discussing is based on ETSU R97 is a difficult proposition for me as a scientist, knowing what ETSU R97 is and who it was written by.
I think, certainly from my point of view, I understand your position, Professor, and I think particularly in relation to National Planning Framework 4 draft, I had been looking at your statement, and the question I had, which it raised, was it is a draft, so let's bear that in mind in discussing this, but is there a conflict between the general support expressed for renewable energy sources and in particular policy 19 green energy and policy 4 human rights and equalities? And that was where I thought our discussion would be best placed today. I think in terms of the particular ETSU standards and alternatives is probably best discussed tomorrow when we're discussing the potential noise condition. I think that's probably a more specific discussion to have. But in particular, I'm interested in the potential conflict, bearing in mind it is a draft document, but that is where the questions I had arose in terms of your statement and MPF 4. Do you think you could speak to that in terms of that potential conflict?
Well, I have to say I don't have the full document of NPF 4. I would find it highly unlikely that any significant change to noise considerations would be contemplated in such a document. I listened very carefully to Mr. David Hill citing the NPF 4, where the word accommodate was used. So we have to accommodate wind power plants, and that wording just is very vague and probably doesn't include that which people do have the right to have, which is a healthy living environment and for their animals and all of that. So again, I'm not familiarized with all the details of NPF 4, but if they are the general idea that we have in the world, right, that people should not be harmed by our need for energy collectively, then yes, I think there is a contradiction between accommodating wind power plants and protecting people's health.
Okay, thank you. Right. Ms. Crossmith, I think you indicated you wish to
come in again.
Come in again, yes.
Yes. I think after what you have after what you've said, that I'd like to refer to the decision letter of Erection Extension, which demonstrates just how ETSU R97 sanctions reporters like yourself and Scottish ministers to minimise and dismiss real concerns by councillors, expert witnesses and third-party objectors. If we go back and look at paragraph 5.107, which discusses Miss Spencer's own experience of noise at her property from the existing wind farms, and quoting from the decision letter. And the association she makes between that and her ill health. The reporter said, "We acknowledge Dr. Armstrong's views on that subject. However, whether that association is correct, and if so, whether or not it is a function of audible sound or infrasound, or both combined, we must return to an assessment based on ETSU R97. Noting that it says about offering a reasonable degree of protection to wind farm neighbours without placing unreasonable burdens on wind farm developers, and noting the Scottish Government's endorsement of that approach. Miss Spencer's experience do not lead us to recommend that the application be refused on the basis of predicted noise emissions at her home. Noise conditions, we are told, will provide that means of compliance according to the Good Practice Guide. This approach leaves underfunded and inexperienced councils with ultimate responsibility for health and well-being of people impacted by environmental noise pollution. The wind farms under current guidance can therefore appear to be compliant, but there is still a case to answer when wind farm neighbours are suffering. Therefore, ETSU R97 does not protect neighbours from noise nuisance. Individuals and communities find themselves in a never-ending complaint dispute with developers, councils, Health Protection Scotland. I would like to bring your attention, ma'am, to the parallel planning appeal, PPA 310/2034, commentary on wind turbine noise and human health impacts in Fairlie, North Ayrshire, produced by Health Protection Scotland in July 2017. This is Appendix K, which again is authored by Professor Alves Pereira. And she might want to comment on this again.
So, okay. So this was a document that was written as a response to a document that was published by Health Protection Scotland, or whatever the name is today. And it was astounding to find, and I think I very clearly laid out the process through which this document was analyzed. There had been several scientific publications that had been submitted to the person authoring, which is a Dr. Ramsey, and he was opining on each of these different articles that were given to him. They are listed in paragraph 41, and that's page 14 of the commentary on the 2017 thing. What is extraordinary to me, again, was the admission by the Health Protection Scotland, admitting that they did not have the technical know-how or the technical capabilities to evaluate some of these articles. And of course, two of them specifically, I'm trying to find exactly where I mentioned them. I think it's right in the beginning. Right, it's paragraph 6, and that's on page 3 of this document. And you see, I quote exactly, due to the technical nature of the subject matter, HPS cannot assess the technical competence of this study. And we're talking about a study that is measuring infrasound levels. And in item B, so 6B, the HPS says that the technical nature of the subject matter is outside HPS expertise. And this is referring to an article which is titled Low Frequency Noise from Large Wind Turbines. So, you know, to me, there's an incongruity. And please, I must emphasize, I am the scientist. I'm not a political person. I have no you know, skin in this race, so to speak. But and I went, and the document, you know, I went to see what the charter was. So would HPS need, or is it obligated to have the expertise to measure and evaluate infrasound and low frequency noise? And according to the charter, indeed it is. Apparently, even with the new changes, Public Health Scotland also, this entity is supposed to monitor and surveil and measure, you know, adverse agents of disease that may be in the environment. And yet they are clearly stating that they have not the expertise to do so. So, of course, this is all a conundrum. I don't even know exactly where to begin, because, you know, even if it is recognized that, oh, maybe there's a public health problem here, it would seem that the agency responsible for public health would be incapable of doing anything about it, even if it is recognized. So again, I'm, you know, it's it's very, there's a lot of lacunae in this assessment that Public Health Scotland has made of these scientific reports that were submitted to it. So yeah, I don't know if I should continue along some other line as to the specific health stuff that is acknowledged.
I think your statement was, certainly your written submission was very full and thorough. And I suppose in the context of this appeal, it does come back to what is available to reporters in terms of applying standards. And in the absence of any other standards, it tends to be ETSU for that reason. I think tomorrow will probably be the place to discuss the more technical aspects of noise. But is there anything else in terms of national plan? We are coming on to discuss SPP 2014 in a moment. But is there anything else in terms of MPF4 that you think would be relevant, Ms. Crossthwaite?
Well, just to comment on the recent Bald Hills judgment, which I submitted,
Yes, you did.
which Justice Richards reaffirms within Bald Hills judgment. Do you want me to give the details of that judgment, the number or anything? Okay,
the number is always useful.
Okay, so it's 2022-0325, and it's Uren v Bald Hills. That's UREN v BALD Hills, WF in brackets 2021 VSC 145. The significance of the planning balance, this is crucial to everything that we're talking about today. The significance of the planning balance between the protection of affected residents, residential amenity, and the deployment of wind turbines. She commented, it's 6 in brackets. What is the social and public interest value in operating the turbines to generate renewable energy? The generation of renewable energy by the wind farm is a socially valuable activity, and it is in the public interest for it to continue. However, there is not a binary choice to be made between the generation of clean energy by the wind farm and a good night's sleep for its neighbours. It should be possible to achieve both. And I think if we look at the maps that will be later displayed and the noise contour maps, there are a number of properties involved in this particular application where this will not be, the people who live so close will not be able to enjoy a good night's sleep. And we have plenty of evidence which we've presented to you to demonstrate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Alves Pereira, Mrs. Crossthwaite. Ms. Pridham, do you have anything to comment on National Planning Framework 4? Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry, I lost everyone for a moment. No, I don't, mainly because we as a community council unfortunately haven't actually had time to engage with reviewing the National Planning Framework 4. We did get Planning Aid Scotland in last year to come and give a presentation to all of our community council to let us know what it was about. But because of the large number of proposals that are coming across our desk, we have not had time to really get involved with it. So I've got no comments to make.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Pridham. Before we move on to the next and last question I have on MPF4, are there any comments from any of the other parties on the submissions by Ms. Crosswaite and Professor Alves Pereira. Mr. Bell?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. I think I would just say that it's not, our position is that it's not for this hearing or appeal to debate and decide on the merits, applicability of ETSU. I didn't expect so much detail on the noise matter, but we do have this morning, but we do have Mr. Shepherd available. I suppose there's a choice. Mr. Shepherd from Hayes McKenzie, who acts for the appellant, can make a response now in terms of some of the matters raised, or that could be deferred for the condition session.
I think I would prefer to defer it to the condition session so we can discuss it in the round effectively.
That's fine.
Yep, and I do appreciate the difficulty in the limitations of this hearing session and my decision, which is limited to the appeal for the development proposal before me. And while these are all matters of note, they aren't necessarily capable of being resolved through this forum, I think. Any other party with any other comment on that? Or if you do have comments, please feel free to note them and we can come back to it in more detail tomorrow afternoon.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt. I did have some points on NPF 4 just to go on to.
Yeah, absolutely. I have one more question on NPF 4.
Right, okay, that's fine.
Which comes back to the agenda. And it's basically, while we know it is a draft and a consultation draft, and it will be coming back before Parliament in perhaps a different form, unknown to all of us at the moment. But does it represent a change in emphasis in terms of the approach to onshore wind energy? And does that change in emphasis have implications for the delivery of this proposal? Again, a fairly wide question, but one I think is raised by this proposal, given the pertinent policy context in terms of emerging national policy. So could I ask the parties to, again, briefly address that? Please don't feel constrained by my use of the word briefly. Say what you need to say, but perhaps remembering your written submissions, which I do have the benefit of. Could we start with Mr. Bell? Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll try and keep that brief. I think there were some key points I would highlight. The details in the appellant written submission of December, but some of the points overlap with what we just discussed earlier. One is that the 2020s is seen as the critical decade. That's set out on page 3 in the Minister's statement. Also on page 59, there is the statement of need around renewables. So again, Ford's talking about very limited, if any, need. But what the government says on page 59 is a large increase in electricity generation from renewable sources will be essential for Scotland to meet its net zero emission targets. That's page 59. Yeah. Page 90, we get a reference to onshore wind playing the greatest role in the coming years. That we would say is in the 2020s. And I would say that the one related point is to all that is the benefits of an early consent. So 30 megawatts delivered in the 2020s is going to be much greater benefit than that 30 megawatts being delivered closer to 2030 or post 2030. So these are the key points, the details in the submissions, but these are some key points that resonate with what we were talking about earlier. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bell. Mr. Campbell?
Could I, ma'am, draw your attention again to paragraph 38 of the Help Save Mochrum Fell revised hearing statement?
Yes, just a moment till I scroll down. 38.
38.
Yes.
It's headed SPP paragraph 165. You will see that it says there that the matter of grid election, as mentioned briefly, is dropped from NPF 4 I just refer you to that because of 38 and 39 and the reference to UK energy policy matters, which Mr. Ford has touched on already. And in England, I'm sure you know that energy is a reserve matter.
Yep.
Although the Scottish Government doesn't always treat it as such. You see that with a smile because it's understandable why they wouldn't. Now, I refer to Mr. Ford in respect of anything else, whilst with respect, asking you to remember this is very much a draft document, and that all the planners around the table will, I think, agree that it's inevitable that it's going to undergo a considerable metamorphosis before it reaches the members of the Scottish Parliament. I'm sure you. Yeah, Mr. Quattle's we're not together in the same room, so
Okay, yeah.
not possible for me to speak to him, but if he is there, he might do it.
I was going to pick up on that point as well, Mr. Campbell. Thank you. Obviously, the SPP policies that you're about to come on to are carried through in detail in Green Policy 19, I think it is off the top of my head. So those general terms still stand. The other point that, apart from the SPP 165 point, is that whilst the Scottish Government supports transmission infrastructure growth, that can only be applicable in Scotland. And of course, Scottish Government is responsible for transmission infrastructure growth. That's a matter, as Mr. Campbell says, it's a reserve matter and is essentially a matter for the regulator, Ofgem, and so on. I suspect there will be some transmission growth, but I don't think there'll ever be enough to cope with the capacity that is being predicted in terms of the vast expansion of wind energy in Scotland. So apart from that, I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Ford. Mr. Kelly? Thank you.
Just a couple of additional points. As you noted yourself, you already have extensive written representations from us all on draft NPF4. Even as you were to give it some weight, it's still just a material consideration in that this is a case where the development plan has primacy. So even though we're discussing this first, it's a development plan that's key. In relation to the draft NPF4, whilst it is still a draft, it does appear at the moment to continue for renewable energy applications. It does appear to continue the planning balance approach. If you look at the criteria that are set out in the draft for the assessment of onshore renewable energy projects, the criteria are more or less the same as in SPP2. And finally, whilst the use of the word emergency is rather gross misuse of the English language, the draft does say that we now have a nature emergency as well as a climate emergency, and that reinforces the need for balance in the approach to decisions. Nothing else to add on that, ma'am. You have the written submissions.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Mr. Ford and Mr. Kelly. Ms. Crosthwaite, have you or any of your team any comments to make on the implications for delivery of this proposal?
No, nothing to add to what's been said.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Pridham? Oh, you're on mute.
Nothing to add.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Well, are there any other matters on national or international policy relating to energy development that you feel are pertinent that I haven't touched on this morning? Again, bearing in mind, I do have your full written submissions and have read and digested those. I'm planning to move. Oh, Mr. Bell.
Right, I'll be very brief. It was simply the Emissions Reduction Targets Act 2019. It is in the submission. The only point I would make is that we made the point that the targets for 2018 and 2019 have not been met. So the historic shortfall needs to be made up. And if that current trend is maintained, then there will be a substantial shortfall against 2030. That will become a harder task. I just put it as simply as that. So it's not to lose sight of the statutory targets that have been, they're important. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bell. Mr. Ford, I think, would like to respond.
Just a quick point.
Yep.
The shortfall in terms of meeting the target is essentially because wind energy doesn't produce energy all of the time. And as a result of that, we have to fall back to fossil fuel-based power stations. In fact, in Scotland, in Peterhead, that only runs when the wind energy isn't available, and that's why there's a shortfall at the 2020 number. And essentially, adding more wind farms doesn't solve that problem. Thank you.
Why doesn't it solve that problem? If we are phasing out carbon-based fuel sources or energy sources and moving towards other sources of energy, and given your earlier statements about the capacity of existing onshore wind farms in Scotland, why then would that not?
Essentially, it's a timing issue. The numbers I gave you earlier on are averages across the year.
Okay.
But as you know, the wind blows some of the time, but not all of the time. And wind farm developers talk about their load capacity. That's essentially a reflection of the clock. They can't supply energy 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They provide energy at maybe a third of the time or something like that. So the other issue here is that the wind energy in Scotland tends to operate like a fleet. In other words, it all operates at the same time, essentially because the wind blows at the same time, generally across Scotland. And the problem becomes what happens when the wind isn't blowing. And that's the gap that's can't be filled by wind energy, essentially. And when the wind isn't blowing, we need to bring in somewhere like Peterhead Power Station, which is fossil fueled and doesn't have carbon capture and storage, to supplement, if you like, to cover. And it goes back to the fact that electricity can't be stored, and we haven't developed any other way of, if you like, handling this timing issue between the times when the wind is blowing and the wind is not blowing. We just need to replace it. And if we're not replacing it with gas-fired power stations in Scotland, we're actually importing from England to cover it as well.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Ford. I think Mr. Bell wanted to come back.
Yeah, sorry, I don't intend this to be a tit for tat response. I know how that can become tiresome, but I mean, Mr. Ford in principle is right. I would say that, intermittency has been an issue, but I think there is a view that once the critical mass of renewables builds, then that becomes the new baseload, in effect. We need to switch coal and gas off. That's the government's ambition. So whilst it may not be very windy, let's say, in the Central Belt, it may be very windy in Caithness. And there are a number of the solar capacity that's to be achieved and deployed is very substantial throughout the UK. So when it's not windy, it may be sunny, but also in terms of battery storage, that is now coming forward extensively in Scotland at the present time and in England. And now it's not part of this application, but that together with other infrastructure such as synchronous compensators and so on is providing balancing mechanisms so that the grid can accommodate much more renewables. So I won't say any more, but just I think that point is being addressed within wider infrastructure decision making.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bell. Mr. Ford, I'm going to make this the last comment on this thread within the hearing, but please proceed.
Mr. Bell is right. The trouble is these are very nascent industries. They will take 20 to 30 years to develop.
Okay, if we're all content that we have explored, excuse me, MPF4, apologies, I'm just going to drink some water. I am content that my questions have been answered, so would like to move to agenda item number 3, which is Scottish Planning Policy 2014. Excuse me. I would apologise in advance. I will invariably and inevitably call it SPP, but I am referring to Scottish Planning Policy. Apologies. The very first question I had refers to the presumption in favour of development. It's a term that planners and lawyers are very fond of, and applies in this case, and in particular from my purposes this morning, the relation to sustainable development and what could be considered sustainable development. I note the appellant has set out in considerable detail in both their original appeal submissions and their responses to others and the hearing statements, how the principles at paragraph 29 of Scottish planning policy are met by this proposal. And the conclusion in all of those documents is that it is sustainable development. I was wondering, are there any contrary views to that? And if there are contrary views, what basis would it not be sustainable development? If we could, Mr. Bell, if you want to start with, as I said, I understand your position, but perhaps you could set out briefly for the benefit of others in the hearing process today why you consider it to be sustainable development, and then perhaps if others could respond in explaining to me why you consider it not to be sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I think probably where this is set out in most detail was in the original statement of appeal document, chapter 4, and it references on page 24 the policy principle. Now, I think back then that was at the time when the finalised amendments to SPP were in force, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
The Gladman decision struck that down, and we go back to the original SPP of 2014. So basically what that refers to is development that contributes to sustainable development. Is a bit of a mouthful, but what it says within SPP is that planning policies and decisions should support sustainable development. For the purposes of this policy, to assess whether a policy or proposal supports sustainable development, the following principles should be taken into account. And that is paragraph 29 that lists the 10 principles. And in the statement of appeal, the appellant went through each and gave a summary response. And the conclusion from that is that the development would be consistent with those principles, that there wouldn't be any unacceptable matters arising on them, and therefore it enjoys the presumption in favour of development that contributes to sustainable development. So that would be the appellant's position.
Okay. So in looking at any contrary views, I would remind everybody that we are looking specifically at landscape and visual impact issues tomorrow. So if we can perhaps stay off those particular topics in your responses. Mr. Campbell, shall we start with you or your witnesses?
Thank you. Is that working all right?
Yeah, absolutely fine.
You kindly directed the meeting to paragraph 29, which David Bell has referred you to, and to the several bullet points which appear there. Just as a part of the analysis, you don't need to go to it, but I remind you that the glossary to SPP has the conventional 1987 definition of sustainable development meeting the needs of the present, but compromise future generations to meet their own needs. Nobody can sensibly argue that renewable energy in the right place, in the right amount, that contributes to sustainability. For Help Save Mochrum Fell, but I direct you, without reading it, to the list of what the author calls potential socio-economic disbenefit, which you'll find in paragraph 399. And that runs over 3 or 4 pages. I'm not going to read them out. When you come to consider this issue, may I direct you with respect to those individual items. Some of them indeed are landscape and visual issues, which we may touch on tomorrow, but many of them are not. And where they are not, our position on submission is that they're not contributing to sustainability. So there's a balance to be struck here. Clearly, it's very easy to say it's renewable energy, it's sustainable, but it's not, as we know, quite as simple as that.
Yeah.
May I ask my planning witnesses if they have anything to add, ma'am?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. That's essentially the point. If this development was going to usefully give renewable energy that was useful to the system, it would be sustainable. Obviously, within the overall numbers, the 29 megawatts is actually quite a almost infinitesimal number. So in that sense, it's not terribly significant. And when you come to, I appreciate you don't want me to touch on landscape, but when you come to consider the landscape impact, it is worth balancing, if you like, the weight of the landscape impact, which you'll have to judge in your own, when we get to that point, against the relatively small amount of energy that's implicitly meant to be in this development. And then there's the second issue about whether it is actually sustainable. The point of the fact is that if we build wind farms without actually being able to use the energy, we are actually increasing emissions because of the emissions that go into construction, manufacture of the turbines, construction of the site, and so on, and any peat loss that's disturbed. So it is something that needs to be judged against its actual contribution to climate change mitigation. And paragraph 29 of SVP does specifically say supporting climate change mitigation and adaptation. If you're not mitigating climate change and you're making it worse, by definition, it's not sustainable.
Okay. Mr. Kelly.
Just you have the written submissions both from including the state and from the group that I prepared. I won't go over the detail of them. However, the point, just to stress the point that Mr. Campbell made, is important to the Help Save Mochrum Fell group, and that is the first bullet point in paragraph 29 is giving due weight to net economic benefit, although net, due to the word benefit rather than negates net, because it presumes what the conclusion will be. Paragraph 169, the first bullet point, is more accurate. It refers to net economic impact. And as far as the group is concerned, in a key consideration in the question as to whether this is sustainable development or not, is that the applicant, now the appellant, has not addressed net economic impact. To address the net economic impact, you need to cost the negatives as well as the benefits, and that has not been done. Now, it would be unreasonable to expect the appellant to try and do this in response to you. So I just want to leave it as a factual statement on behalf of the group that net assessment has not been carried out.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Bell, is there anywhere, I note throughout the submissions relating to the application and the appeal, there is reference to the economic benefit of the proposed development. Is there anywhere in those submissions that the overall net economic impact is set out that you could point me to? I can see you, Mr. Campbell, yep.
The socioeconomic related impacts of the development were scoped out with the EIA to arrive at a proportionate EIA, given at the time of the application preparation there was an existing consent on the site, and the previous reporter had considered those. So in terms of the capital investment of £37 million and the related, albeit temporary, construction effects, these are net additional impacts. There would not be displacement of other activity that would go on. So these are net impacts. I think what Mr. Kelly may be driving at, and I've heard it before, is about the wider implications, possibly with grid or curtailment, but I wouldn't view these as material matters. So there were some basic information set down in the application in terms of construction employment and that level of investment. But I think we can can see from some of the documents we looked at this morning that what the government is driving at is deployment across Scotland of this technology so that the supply chain, that wider supply chain, gets the impetus. And it will be from a series of projects throughout Scotland that drives that green recovery, as the government calls it. So we would say the benefits are net additional investment that would be made in the area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bell. I'll go to Mr. Campbell first and then Ms. Pridham. Thank you.
I wonder if I could ask my friend Mr. Bell through you whether he is saying that in order to understand the net economic benefit as required by paragraph 35, we have to look back to the first application. Is that his position? Because I couldn't find one for myself.
Mr. Bell, could you?
No, it's the, sorry, yes, it's the, I would need to look through the statement of appeal and the planning statement documents, which I've got, but there is reference to the economic benefits that would result in that level of £37 million investment.
We can leave that for closing submissions when we don't want to press it. So.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Pridham?
Sorry. Just like to raise the issue that we are very concerned about the socio-economic impact of this proposal, of this proposed development, particularly in relation to the cumulative impact of a number of, well, we have Blackrake that's already operational, Fell that has just been approved, and a number of other wind farms which are being proposed for our community council area. And a large number of residents have been contacting me, not all of them directly living close to Mochrum Fell, but are very, very concerned about the potential value or impact on value on their property, their ability to sell property in the future, and also a number of our community council are involved in tourism. And so there is a potential impact on tourism. But what I haven't been able to find, because as I say, I'm no expert in this. I have a day job, I have a lot of family commitments. So I have been doing this all the time off the side of my desk. But I couldn't find any detailed information on socio-economic impact, looking at the cumulative impact of a number of wind farms in a particular area. And I would be very interested if anyone sitting around this table could provide me with such documentation, because I think it would help me and our community council understand the potential impact much more clearly. But we are very concerned as a community, and I know that other community councils in our region are equally concerned.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Pridham. I think it probably is not something you can be direct to in relation to this appeal in terms of cumulative assessment of wind farms in the particular geographical area in terms of their overall socio-economic impact. And I would say in a non-critical fashion that the non-determination of the original planning application didn't leave us with perhaps the analysis we might normally have the benefit of, and the non-participation of the council has left us somewhat lacking in terms of their analysis of the information submitted. But I note Mr. Bell has referred to the original environmental impact assessment, which was submitted with the planning application for this proposal. That did contain a socio-economic chapter. It doesn't address cumulative impacts from memory, but while it is referred to, peppered through the statements, there isn't a specific document that specifically addresses net economic benefit and or net economic impact. Okay. Thank you. I think we've probably discussed paragraph 29 to my satisfaction. I understand all of your relative positions. I then looked at paragraph 38 of SPP, and I looked at paragraph 39 of SPP, Scottish Planning Policy. I apologise. And this was basically coming back to balancing the costs and benefits of potential opportunities. It's very similar to my previous question, but it comes back to the right development in the right place. And my question was, would this proposed development meet these principles as set out at paragraph 38 and at paragraph 40? Paragraph 40 goes on to look at spatial strategies and the principles that should be applied to spatial strategies in Scotland. Some of them apply, some of them don't, obviously, when you read them. But coming back to the socio-economic point related to paragraph 29 is the location development where it would have most benefit for the amenity of local people and the vitality of the local economy. I think we've probably discussed that one, but it is a more general question about directing the right development to the right place. Again, if we can not touch on issues of landscape and visual impact, because we will be discussing those in detail tomorrow, but perhaps higher level discussion on, is this the right development in the right place? And if not, why not? Could we start with Mr. Bell? Thank you.
Thank you. I would say to start with planning history, where there has been previous consent for an 8 turbine development. So one might say it's based on that, and given it was recommended for approval, historic application by the planning authority, that this is the right place. So the question might be, is it the right development in this place? And I appreciate both questions are being asked afresh.
Yep.
If we look at the special framework approach, which is the government's approach to looking at where the areas that are likely to be acceptable, then this is group 3.
Yep.
So it can't get any better than that. But one then needs to look at the other matters. One is the landscape capacity study in the Struan unit, and that Fisher will look at that tomorrow and what that says about the capacity for development. But that's a strategic starting point. And what we as planners need to do, and the council would have done this, would have looked at what's called the exacting development management considerations in 169 of Scottish Planning Policy. As we discussed, they're generally similar to those within the draft policy 19 in NPF4. And the appraisal that the appellant's done is that there would be no unacceptable impacts in relation to those considerations. We had a look at, what Mr. Kelly had set out in his conclusions. And I think the area of disagreement seems to be, Mr. Kelly finds that there would be non-accordance with policy on the basis of adverse landscape and visual effects and ornithology. So it's narrowing down, I think, what the issues in dispute are. But one looks at that broad canvas of spatial guidance that the government's got. The appellant's position is that this is the right place. And as Ms. Fisher will explain tomorrow, we think it is the right development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. For the benefit of those participating and watching today, when Mr. Bell referred to a Group 3 wind farm, that arises from paragraph 161 of Scottish Planning Policy, which sets out different categories of development, and this proposed development would fall under Group 3. If I could get a response, Ms. Pridham, I can see your hand up, but if we could start with Mr. Campbell and his witnesses, then Ms. Crosswaith, and then Ms. Pridham. That would be helpful. Thanks. Mr. Campbell. You're on mute. Okay.
I'm sorry about that. Unequivocally not for the reasons set out in the hearings, the revised hearing statement.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask Mr. and Mrs. Proctor if they have anything to say about this before going back to Mr. Ford and Mr. Ferry. I don't usually like to hear evidence from me, but that's where you'll find the answer in that hearing statement. I don't know, Mr. and Mrs. Proctor, if you have anything to say. Other than landscapers.
Coming back to the original council decision, the Dumfries and Galloway Planning Committee unanimously refused the Mochrum Fell 1 application because they said it was against all the policies and the wind farm landscape capacity study. So for Mr. Bell to say that the council were in favour of it is totally incorrect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Could Mr. Proctor, apologies, could we perhaps clarify, and perhaps Mr. Bell could remind me, was the officer recommendation for approval and it was the unanimous committee decision to refuse? I think.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
I think it's an easy matter to get mixed up on, and apologise if it wasn't clear, but it was the officer recommendation was for approval, and of course, yes, it
refuse it unanimously. Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. and Mrs. Proctor. Do you have anything else to add at this point?
No, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Ma'am. I think it's implicit. It doesn't actually say it, but we talk about the right development in the right place. We should also, and I think it says it implicitly, also consider the right time. At the time when the previous decision was given in 2016, finally by the reporter, and obviously had quite a long history to it, we were at the stage of really recognising, or not actually just beginning to recognise, how important the climate change was, and how important wind energy could be contributing to reducing climate change emissions. We have fundamentally shifted the position, in terms of the numbers I've set out earlier on. We've now moved to a position where we don't actually need it. So yes, Mr. Bell's right that what, 7 years ago now, 7 years ago now, this was the right place for the right development. But I'm not sure that's true today. And in a sense, we've moved past that. The other thing is that if you look at the regional context here, this wind farm, in many senses, in terms of its location, is actually away from the body of wind energy developments, which is taking place in this part of the region, which are largely to the north from Black Craig northwards and northeastwards. And this hangs out further into the D10 Valley. It's a bit more exposed. I appreciate you're going to come to landscape issues a bit later on, but in terms of the right place, this is far more exposed than the body of wind farms that are further north, where you could say there is some association here. The other thing, just a small point, is that we talk about in paragraph 39 a design-led approach. Fundamentally, we don't take a design or plan-led approach to wind farm developments in Scotland. It's one of these things where we leave it to the marketplace to decide where applications are brought forward, and then each authority in each case has to be judged on its merit. We don't take an overall picture of this thing, and therefore we don't take a design-led approach, which is unfortunate, I think. And if you start to think of that in terms of a design-led approach, you would realise that wind farms like this proposal here are really hanging away from where the body of the infrastructure is. We can talk about that later on in terms of the grid connection infrastructure. But there isn't a need locally for the energy in this area in terms of Dumfries and Galloway. The energy is essentially being used in either central Scotland broadly or Scotland generally, or being mostly transmitted down to England. And when you look at it in those terms, this is not sustainable. The amount of infrastructure that you need to be able to move energy from, say, Mochrum Fell down to Manchester, Birmingham, London, at this scale of this proposal, it's clearly not sustainable.
Okay.
Thank you, Mom.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly, did you wish
No,
to?
I just want to make a minor point. Ultimately, you are looking at a locational decision. There are a number of factors that go into play, but I just want to confirm agreement with Mr. Bell that in terms purely of the development plan policy conclusions, strictly only in terms of those development plan policy conclusions, the difference between Mr. Bell and myself does effectively come down to landscape and visual impact and the associated matters that will be discussed tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I think Ms. Crosswaith, if you have any comments.
Yes, just to reinforce what I said before about the health and well-being of the people who will be living close to this development. It is really not the right place because it is very close to a number of people's homes. The 3 properties at Mochrum could be affected by the noise. They're only 1 kilometre and 1.8 kilometre away. And there are at least 5 other properties that could be affected. The developer's new sound modelling prediction says that the maximum noise with the taller turbines is now much lower than it was with the smaller turbines 7 years ago. Now, the developers offer no proof of this. They say this all the time, but they do not give us any evidence to back this up. They are using the predicted noise limits from the earlier application at 6 sites, which were as high as 56 dB as the new noise limits. And the new predicted levels do not exceed 35 dB. And we're finding this all the time with applications. New applications are tending to go for this 35 dB contour line and use it as a single measurement. And our evidence shows that there is much more noise, especially inaudible noise, getting to these people. Lower frequency noise travel much greater distances and affect a much greater number of people. So this application is very close to communities, it's very close to roads, and this is quite a populated, though maybe sparsely populated, it is a populated area. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Preston. Ms. Pridham, thank you.
Thank you. I would just like to reference looking at this has changed considerably. So since the original application was approved by a reporter and not by Dumfries and Galloway Council Planning Committee and against the wishes of the wider community, not just the people living near the development, things have changed. So Black Craig Wind Farm has actually been built and is now operational. Fell Wind Farm has also been consented, which is another 9 turbines, which is actually coming towards the Mochrum Fell site, which you will see on the maps tomorrow. And there is an additional 9 turbines which have been put into planning, which is currently at appeal as well at Garcrogo. So you're looking at possibly another 18 turbines in addition to Black Craig. So and this has all happened since the original application. So therefore, I would suggest that from our community's point of view, things have changed substantially.
Okay. Right. Thank you, Ms. Pridham. We now look at Scottish Planning Policy, paragraph 169. That sets out the considerations that should be taken into account in assessing proposals for energy infrastructure in Scotland. A lot of them we have touched on already, and the appellant has provided updated cumulative impact EIA information, which has been advertised, consulted on, and circulated to all parties. So we are looking tomorrow at the landscape and visual impacts, natural heritage. I also have written submissions from all of you on a lot of these matters, which I have no questions on. I'm entirely satisfied with what you've sent me. Answers any questions I might have. One of the things that does arise is aviation lighting. We could discuss this today, but I was hoping to come to that this afternoon in terms of the development plan and associated supplementary guidance for the Dark Sky Park. So if we could possibly leave that for a later discussion. Are there any other matters in those considerations set out in paragraph 169 that anybody feels warrants further discussion at this point, or are all the matters to be addressed in reality tomorrow in our discussion about cumulative impacts in terms of landscape and visual?
Yes, presumably this afternoon.
Yes, some matters we will be discussing this afternoon in terms of the LDP and supplementary guidance. They will arise. I think there probably isn't a huge amount to be gained from discussing them now. So, oh, Ms. Pridham. Mr. Ford.
Just briefly, 169, obviously, key part of this is the scale of contribution to generation targets and the effects on greenhouse emissions. Just to restate the point, essentially, this is the crunch of it, basically. That if you can't use the energy, we are not making a contribution to the targets. It's a relatively small wind farm anyway, at 29 megawatts, so it's quite small. And against the landscaping tax that you'll be considering over the next 2 days, it is a relatively small contribution to energy, even if the energy could be used. As I say, given the overall energy circumstances here, we may well be creating a situation where there's emissions arising from the development. We don't get the energy saving emissions on the other side because the energy can't be used. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I had, under other matters, a question about the grid connection. And I do note that paragraph 165 for Scottish planning policy is quite explicit in that its grid capacity is not to be used as a reason to constrain the areas identified for wind farm development or decisions on individual applications. Bearing that in mind, I note that in written submissions, the appellant advises that the grid connection for the proposed development is secure, but I also note that there appears to be a contrary view that this grid connection is not secure. Could I have some information on why that would be the case, given that the developer and the developer's agents have indicated that the grid connection is secure?
Just one from Mr. Ford.
Yeah.
I'm reminding you that we say what we want to say about this at paragraph 38.
Yep.
So if you look at paragraph 165, it starts off by saying grid capacity should not be used as a reason to constrain the areas identified for wind farm development. And superficially, that looks straightforward. But actually, when you get down to the details of it, it's not actually what it means, with all due respect.
Okay.
When we talk about grid capacity, this really, the history is that these things started to cause issues where there was doubt about whether the grid connection could be established and whether that factor should be taken into the decision about the planning application. And essentially, section 165 here, and of course we're talking about a document which dates back to 2014, although we're working with a 2020 version of it. It's originally a 2014 document. And at that time, the Scottish Government essentially wanted to be clear that we shouldn't be considering that as a factor. And that's because, if you like, the debate was being diverted as to whether there was grid connection capacity. Now, my submission is that I don't think there's any doubt that the developer could get capacity if they wanted to get it. I don't have a problem with that at all. In fact, I know that they have a contract in place. I've seen the documentation. But the issue actually that 165 is pointing to is about that. It's not about the wider issue of what the grid implications are. It's not about the fact that we have an oversupply of energy in Scotland. It's about, this is really taking a fairly narrow view of what grid capacity means. It's that they can get connection, okay? And I have no doubt that they can get a connection. But it is misleading, and it is unfortunately word in many senses, because what we're talking about here is the infrastructure as a whole being able to cope with the energy, okay, which is a slightly different point. So one of the consequences of this development might well be that the Tongland to Kendoon connection needs to be upgraded. Okay, and with respect, that is beyond the terms of what paragraph 165 was written for. So in some senses, there is a sense of saying in this decision, we should be considering the implications of the upgrading of the line between Tongland. The developer has said that this connection is going to Tongland, and I can confirm that. But that line is being upgraded really to take account of this proposal and one or two others in the area, because at the moment the capacity is quite limited. There's an existing hydropower power station at Tongland and others further up the valley, and they saturate the line capacity in this area. As a result of which, there is a system known as active network management operating in this particular area, in other words, in the 10D Valley. And when all the generation starts producing output, it overloads the line, and therefore the network operator has to turn some of it off, in fact, turn most of it off. So that's an issue beyond the definition of what paragraph 165 is about. As Mr. Bell's right, this was originally about the idea of whether or not you could connect to the grid from any wind farm. I have no doubt that it can be connected. It's something like a 25-mile connection overhead line. We can talk about the merits of that and whether that's an issue to this application a bit later on. But 165 is only about that part. It's quite a narrow point about it. But the wider issues of grid capacity are very much open and part of the material considerations that should be brought before this appeal and be considered. Because if the consequence of this development going ahead and being built is that you need more infrastructure, then that in a sense should be something that we consider. And again, it goes back to the right place. You know, this is maybe one of the reasons why it's not the right place, because actually the local grid infrastructure in this area is not particularly strong. You know, the energy will have to be carried down to Tongland on a line that can be delivered. I have no doubt about that. Whether it's appropriate or not is another matter, but it can be delivered. But then the capacity going north back up to back into Ayrshire is actually quite limited, and therefore, you know, we are generating extra requirement to build infrastructure because of this. And in a sense, we're also contributing to the idea we need to buy, because of the oversupply situation in Scotland, we are contributing to the need for infrastructure to connect down to England. Now, that's a huge chain as a result of a small application. But actually, it's a relevant application. And I have to say, if you look at the recent decisions, and I don't have the reference numbers in front of me, I'm afraid, but if you look at the recent decisions for the 2 wind farms in Orkney last year by the Scottish Government on called-in decisions because they're being proposed by the Orkney Council, you'll see that the Scottish ministers definitely did take account of grid capacity because they used it as a reason for justifying the decision.
I wonder, ma'am, if I might have a big help for you. The folks not said it, but I think if I may put words in his mouth, my privilege, not his. He's talking about the difference between transmission and distribution.
Yeah.
I'm sure you understand the difference. If you like, the transmission is the motorway and the distribution is the side road. And what Scottish ministers say here is that grid capacity should not be used as a reason to constrain the areas. They use the expression constrain the areas, not eliminate sites from possibility. They go on to say it's for wind farm developers to discuss connections to the grid. And of course, that's right. From the wind farm to the substation is for the developer. And no doubt that can be delivered. Perhaps at cost, perhaps not. But if we're talking about the capacity of the motorway to take power to England or north to Ayr or wherever it is, then that is a completely different strategic ballgame from the one that we're looking at in connection with a planning application that we have in front of us. In other words, you're not being asked to assess the capacity of the motorway as it crosses Dumfries and Galway towards England or goes northwards, because that is not that's not part of the application. Now, if Mr. Ford's right, and there's nowhere for this electricity to go, then how can it be taken into account for I mean, sorry, I'm not reading very well either. Mr. Ford's position in his evidence is that the electricity from this wind farm, there is no capacity to take it in Scotland because we've built enough already, and there's no capacity to get it to England because the interconnector is full. That's what he says in his evidence.
Yep.
Now, what does 165 mean? Does it mean the whole grid, or does it mean the local connection? I think that's a matter for probably better analysis and closing submission.
Yes.
It's important that you get, I'm sure you have, it's important that you get the difference between transmission and distribution.
Absolutely, and understood. I could see Mr. Bell's hand up earlier. Do you still wish to respond?
So do well, thank you. I think what Mr. Campbell didn't read out in part was the second part of paragraph 169, which in the appellant's views an express direction in national planning policy. Grid capacity should not be used or in relation to decisions on individual applications for wind farms. And we can see how the alleged complexity of this issue is trying to be brought in. That is why exactly the Scottish Government does not want individual applications to start to deal with contentions around grid capacity. One could see the difficulty, not just reporters, but planning decision makers around councils would get into with that. The appellant set out its position on grid connection. Now, reference was made to the Orkney Hoy case. Now, that's quite different because there's an interconnector which is proposed to Orkney, and the Scottish ministers referred to that in the context of paragraph 145 of SPP, which was with regard to an argument around exceptional circumstances in relation to impacts on a scheduled monument. So there were quite unusual and quite unique circumstances in that case, which isn't before this appeal in any event, but that was why it was brought into that decision-making reasoning in that case. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bell. Mr. Ford, a final word, I think, on grid connection.
Yes, and that is to point out that this document will be superseded by MPF4 in the not too distant future. This paragraph is not being carried forward into MPF4.
Yeah, I note that, and I think we will give the commensurate weight to MPF4, as we've already discussed. It may be in a different form by the time it comes back to Parliament, but I have noted from your written submissions that, and also from my own reading of MPF4, that particular paragraph is not carried forward. Mr. Campbell?
Only to inform you that the two cases in England which have been referred to are the subject of implications for statutory appeal.
Right.
Which has been hanging. I think when it will be.
Okay, thank you very much. Just slightly out of order. Are there any other matters on SPP that we haven't touched on and need to discuss here that won't be discussed in the agenda that I have circulated? If so, could you raise them? I think Mr. Bell has an item.
Yeah, it's just a very brief point. It was about the point on the agenda about paragraph 154, which refers to the targets. And it's not often raised, but it's useful to note that there's a footnote 63 on the word targets on the first bullet of paragraph 154. And the footnote says that further targets may be set in due course, and it gives an example of district heating. But I think what the government was really looking at there was a recognition that climate change is an evolving area and that there will be changes to targets. So I think that's a useful route to bring in other targets that have emerged since SPP came into print in 2014.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bell. I had put that on the agenda for that reason, in terms of the weight to be given to SPP, given that these targets have now been substantially superseded and that the whole climate change agenda has moved so much further forward. But I agree, our footnote 63 is useful in that regard. Mr. Campbell? On mute.
Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any comments on SPP or any matter relating to SPP that you wish to discuss? If not, I think it's a good time for a lunch break. I'm going to suggest slightly less than an hour, if that's okay, just to move forward efficiently this afternoon, bearing in mind we have committed to 3 p.m. for other parties to appear and speak. Left on the agenda for today is the Dumfries and Galloway Local Development Plan and associated guidance. If we come straight back to that at 1:45, is that acceptable to everybody? Is that long enough to have a sufficient break away from screens? Again, I appreciate it's quite difficult to sit here staring at a screen for a long period of time. So perhaps if everybody could remain in the call, but leave your microphone and cameras off until we reconvene at 1:45.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's fine, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I think, looking at my list, that is everybody back following lunch break. Welcome to those who are joining us for the afternoon who weren't in attendance this morning. Some very short reiteration of the housekeeping rules I set out earlier for those who are joining us for the afternoon. When you're not speaking, if you could keep your microphone muted. And that really is very much it. If everybody is back in place, we can resume our hearing session into Planning Appeal PPA-170-2152, Mochrum Fell Wind Farm. This afternoon's session is effectively going to be split into two. The first session will be looking at the adopted local development plan, LDP2, and the associated guidance. And then at 3 o'clock or thereabouts, we will take submissions from community members and local residents whose input is not subject specific. Obviously, very welcome to give input into the landscape and visual sessions tomorrow. And the conditions tomorrow as well. So back to our agenda, we are on to item 5, which is the Dumfries and Galloway Local Development Plan. I have a number of questions. Some are general in nature, some are wider. I'd indicated some questions about the strategy and vision for the LDP set out at the beginning. I was in particular looking at any potential conflicts with the strategy and vision, which I realise is quite high level in terms of your response, but in particular looking at the rural area which Mochrum Fell lies within, there are some very specific vision aspirations set out, and I'm in particular looking at page 11 of the LDP and looking at the viable rural economy and community and what the vision hopes it would be characterised by. And in there is a range of renewable energy developments. But where does that sit within the strategy in terms of landscape and the natural environment? Are those two things mutually exclusive, or are they interdependent, and will one facilitate the other? Mr. Bell, could you start in terms of, is there a conflict with the proposal and the strategy and vision for the LDP2?
Thank you. I think there are probably two other locations within the LDP that are helpful to understand the sort of vision and strategy and where renewable energy fits in. But starting with what you've highlighted, it's clear from that the characterization of the rural area is going to be made up of a number of attributes and changes over the plan period. And one of them is clearly a range of renewable energy developments coming forward, but also protecting the natural environment and maintaining a high quality distinctive landscape that may bring in the RSA and valued landscapes in their different forms. So I would say that the two are not mutually exclusive, and if we do achieve the right development in the right place, then it's possible for these various attributes or characteristics to be maintained or not affected unacceptably. I think also in terms of what's in that bullet list, there's reference to high quality accessible viewpoints, paths and green networks, and a recreational enhancement plan is proposed. And I recall certainly going to Mochrum. It's quite tricky to get around the path network. Mochrum Hill's interesting, but it's difficult to find the route up. So I think the enhancement that's offered through the recreational plan will be an asset locally. I appreciate people have got different views on that, but it is a positive. And and that could lead to more recreational activity. Well, certainly some of the wind farms in Caithness are used for fun runs, and school children use them on educational visits. They name the turbines. So there's a lot of interaction with the community in some developments. So the onshore wind policy statement refresh talks about that, and the recreational opportunities that the government hopes will be more of, and this development would fit with that. So I don't see a conflict. I see a compatibility if the development is implemented in the right way.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. To Mr. Campbell.
It's the key thing, of course, is the right place. I'm going to ask Mr. Kelly to lead on this, if I may.
Absolutely.
And Mr. Proctor after.
Indeed. Thanks, Mr. Kelly.
So, thank you, Ma'am. I think some of the issues you're highlighting tend to reinforce my concern around trying to make development management decisions taking into account broad strategies or broad visions in the local development plan, where you have very specific policies dealing with this type of development. You have that IN1 and IN2, and where you have a policy dealing with the regional scenic areas, NE2, then in my view is the starting point is to consider compatibility with those policies. And then if you were to find that there was compatibility with those policies, you could give some consideration to whether there was anything in the strategy and vision that might change your conclusions or your final recommendation. But strategy and vision and objectives are interesting. They have some things that are possibly mutually incompatible, but I think the key is actually to start, ma'am, with IN1, IN2, and NE2, and then go back to see if there's any strategic considerations that change your conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I think Mr. and Mrs. Proctor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mochrum Fell is a trig point. It's the highest point in the area. It's visible from the Lake District and vast distances. It's also a Marilyn, which is a summit with an independent peak rising at least 150 metres on all sides. So it's a very prominent position. Just as people bag Munros, others bag Marilyns. And we have had people that we've spoken to on the Trakcs who've confirmed that that's what they were here for. Being a Marilyn, it also means that it would likely create wind shear, which negatively affects the performance and output of turbines. And we have spoken to someone who did work for a wind farm company who brought some wind specialists with him, who said that he felt that turbines on Mochrum Fell would be very uneconomic. That was his opinion of it. The other thing about Mochrum Fell and the wind farm access is that the access track rises from Parton, which is on the A713, the Galloway tourist route, and is actually within the RSA. So the RSA would be affected by the access, which is adjacent to Loch Kent and the River Dee, Triple SI, SPA and Ramsar site. And the turbines are within about 2 kilometres of the RSA, so they would be highly susceptible to visibility from within the RSA. The forward paths on Mochrum Fell are used by a lot of walkers, cyclists, visitors, and 2 of the turbines are sited directly on or adjacent to the core path 221, and these are only 10 metres above the ground, the blade tips. So someone walking would have blade tips just over 8 metres above their head. I can't imagine many people wanting to walk a core path if that's the situation, when they come for peace and quiet and not to be in an industrial site.
Also, I'd just like to say the RSA was mentioned, but also because of its distinctiveness, the Mochrum Fell, and the fact that there would be great visibility, that it would also, even though at a distance, impact the 3 NSAs that are near to us. So talking about only effects within 3 to 4 kilometres is not the case. We can see turbines across the Solway, and not from the top of Mochrum Fell, but just from the panorama track, which is about
The turbines across the Solway are 50 kilometres away, and they're only 110-metre turbines.
Right.
So if we can see them clearly from here without, just by the naked eye, anybody in the Lake District would see turbines on the top of, or near the top of this Mochrum Fell very clearly.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ford. You're just on mute, Mr. Ford.
You're on mute. We'll have to do it, don't we? Sorry, yes, just a couple of brief points, ma'am. I agree with Mr. Kelly about IM1 and 2 and so on. I assume you'll consider the RSA in the landscape assessment at some point tomorrow. But just to pick up on a couple of points that Mr. Proctor mentioned about the suitability of this site, if you like, from an engineering perspective, and ultimately this is the developer's responsibility. But I think it's worth putting into context. Part of my academic research, I look at huge number of wind farm sites, it's fair to say. And my research goes from broad policy. My research area is actually spatial perspective to energy policy. But it goes through, if you like, the macro level across the country, through the areas that you'd normally fall into planning, that kind of looking at the environmental, local impacts and so on, right down to the technical level as well. So looking at the engineering, if you like, I'm actually in the engineering faculty at Strathclyde University, but looking at the technical aspects of how you exploit the primary resource, which in this case is wind, and for solar it's obviously sun and so on. And as I say, I look at lots of sites. In terms of this site, it's probably the poorest site I've ever seen at this stage in the decision process. You see many sites earlier on in the scoping stage and the early considering stages, but I've never seen a site that is this poor reaching this stage of consideration. And it's essentially, I think, because of 3 factors. One is the site is situated between 2 hills, which is Mochrum Fell, and I can't remember the hill to the north. But they create a shadowing effect from wind coming from the southeast and also from the north as well. And then, as Mr. Proctor points out, the blades reach down to almost 10 metres above the ground, which is incredibly low for any wind farm I've ever seen. Because of the topography and to some extent the tree cover, if you think about the topography here, beyond the site, there is basically a long, slow bank running all the way down to Loch Kent over, I don't know what the distance is, but 2 or 3 kilometres or something like that. That is inevitably going to mean that the wind coming from the southwest, which is the predominant direction, obviously, is going to be to some extent deflected up and over the top of the hill, and therefore only giving effective wind power at the top of the blade sweep of the wind turbines. So, I mean, actually, in terms of the engineering construction of the turbines, that's going to put particular stresses on them. But that's as I say, as a matter for the developer. But I think the point I'm trying to make here is that we're talking about trying to get energy out to give to society so that we can decarbonize things, and balancing that against all the other factors that you will have to consider. But in terms of the engineering perspective here, which I appreciate falls outside the local development plan, but this is a very poor site from engineering terms, so it won't yield a lot of energy, I believe.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ford. I'm going to invite Mr. Bell to respond on that, because I think it probably raises an issue he hasn't specifically addressed when I first asked the question. So Mr. Bell, could you comment on Mr. Ford's comment on the engineering appropriateness of the proposal? I appreciate that you're not a structural engineer, so.
This seems a bit off topic where we are this afternoon, but appreciate that. I think it's a matter for the developer what it brings forward or to seek planning permission for, and there's a requirement to determine this planning application. It is if there are any intentions about viability, that is a matter for the developers, not for the land use planning system to deal with those. It would also be unusual for developers to bring forward developments that are simply not going to work. And all the appropriate engineering investigations have been undertaken to determine that this is a suitable site. And that is why the investment is coming forward. So I really don't want to say any more than that at this stage. Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Bell. I think we can probably leave that there and move to my next question on LDP2. I appreciate Mr. Kelly's thoughts on the most important part of the plan, but I do have some still wider questions about strategy and vision before we come on to specific policies. In looking at 3.9 and 3.11, and that is in particular looking at the local economy and the economic strategy of the plan, which specifically looks at cheap, clean energy to power the electrification of the economy, and which also recognises the importance of the renewable energy sector in terms of its contribution to the economy and a low carbon place. Now, those are simple statements in the plan, but I was wondering, did any party have any particular thoughts on compatibility with the economic strategy as set out in the plan before we get to the specific policies on renewable energy and wind energy? Mr. Bell.
Thank you. I think these are relevant, and in 3.9 there is also reference to the zero carbon approach. So in some ways, the plan was quite maybe before its time as well there. But I think there's also two additional references. One is at paragraph 320, just a couple of pages on, in terms of the energy strategy, which referred to where there's reference to the climate change bill and the climate change plan, and clearly things have moved on from those. But the LDP was clearly recognising that the wider energy policy context is evolving and noted those. And I think once we're not quite at the policies yet, but the preamble policy IN1 also talks about the council being supportive of the diverse range of renewable energy sources. So I think taking all of that together in terms of the aims and objectives of the plan, I would perhaps disagree with Mr. Kelly and say that he's got it back to front. Now, I'd just go back to Lord Clyde's statement in the City of Edinburgh case, which planners will be familiar with, appreciate not everybody on the call, but he talked about the way to deal with Section 25 of the Planning Act was to look carefully at the aims and objectives of the plan and then move on to the individual policies of relevance. And I think that would be the way I would do it. And I would recommend, and for these points that we've picked up in terms of the front end of the LDP are of relevance in carrying out an appraisal in that sequence.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Bell. Mr. Campbell?
Thank you. Since we're endangering ourselves by looking at chapter 3, which of course is essentially generic, we must look at 3.1, which talks about, again, the right type of development in the right place, and 3.3, which talks about having the site having the physical ability to grow and for the surrounding landscape to absorb the proposed development. These are all motherhood and apple pie statements, which are encompassed by the broad mantra of the right development in place. Now, in this case, you asked a question, ma'am, about economic strategy, beginning at 3.8. We don't have a net socioeconomic statement from this developer. And so the proposition that you'd be asked to agree to is that any renewable energy is a good thing because it's bound to have some economic balance for the area. Well, it will do in terms of construction time if contracts are locally, as to which there's no guarantee. It will not do so in terms of providing cheap electricity or other economic benefits for either Dumfries and Galloway or the more immediate area. So this is not an indigenous business which is seeking to expand and employ people locally. This is like a business that's dropped from the sky into this location, and it's not going to leave much behind it beyond servicing jobs once the construction is finished. I would ask you to look at this chapter with a degree of circumspection, because it's well written, but it's a chapter which is essentially aspirational now, and not policy driven.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Ms. Pridham, I think, would wish to speak.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
There are a couple of things that I've picked up over, from the speakers who've made points most recently. One is looking at a diverse mix of renewable energy, which I think is something that certainly in our area, and I think more broadly in Dumfries and Galloway, is not being addressed and really needs to be addressed, because as several people have raised this morning, unfortunately the wind, or fortunately, depending on which way you're looking at it, the wind does not always blow, and therefore we do need a diverse mix. So that's the first thing. The second thing is relating to Mr. Bell's point in terms of recreation. We already have several wind farms in our area where people, if they want to, can go and enjoy, in quotes, being close to wind farms and get people involved, whether it's school children or local people more aware of wind farms as renewable energy solution. But what this proposed wind farm will do is have, I would suggest, a massive impact thanks to the large number of wind farms that are already in our area. And so yet again, I'm afraid I come to cumulative impact and the fact that this wind farm is not going to be in the right place because we already have too many, and a number of key sites that aren't even necessarily on the core path, but which our communities use on a regular basis, already see wind farms very clearly from those core paths. So it's getting to the stage where there are very few places that our communities can actually go and walk or cycle or enjoy the countryside without actually seeing a wind farm development. And if Mochrum Fell is built, it will make things substantially worse.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Pridham. I think we can move on to policy IN1, renewable energy. I'm just coming to it, scrolling through. So in terms of the LDP, I'm at paragraph 4.107 for the benefit of those watching and following. The council has addressed wind energy specifically at this section of the LDP. Apologies, I've just given you the wrong paragraph number. It starts at, if I scroll up, 4.103 is where it starts, and it's headed renewable energy and looks at the different types of energy sources available in terms of generating renewable energy. The general framework is set out in policy IN1, renewable energy, and it starts by stating that the Council will support development proposals for all renewable energy generation and or energy storage, qualified immediately by which are located, sited and designed appropriately. And the acceptability of any proposed development will be assessed against a number of considerations set out in the bullet points. They are not surprising, but are as one would expect. There is a footnote saying that acceptability will be determined through an assessment of the details of the proposal, including its benefits and the extent to which its environmental and cumulative impacts can be satisfactorily addressed. So, to an extent, we will be discussing the majority of these things tomorrow in terms of landscape and visual impact and cumulative landscape and visual impact. My first question, and I do bear in mind we are without the benefit of an officer's report to committee or a committee determination, or indeed a hearing statement from the council on this matter. But in terms of the assessment of the proposal, are we satisfied that sufficient detail has been submitted to enable the consideration and assessment of the proposal, particularly in terms of tourism, recreational interests and public access, and in terms of impact on local communities and individual dwellings? I haven't put these on as specific items on the agenda, but they're worth touching on today. I don't need, obviously, any technical information, but a simple response in terms of, is the assessment possible given what is before me to base my decision on? Mr. Bell, could you perhaps begin?
Yes, thank you. I think the appellant's position is that there is sufficient information to allow the framework of the considerations in policy IN1 to be properly considered. In terms of the two specific matters you raised, in terms of tourism and recreation, and in particular the sort of tourism economy aspect, that was specifically raised in the scoping report, and the question put to consultees that be scoped out. And the reasoning was put in essentially that the matter had been examined during the first application and its determination. And secondly, there was the wider point about there's really been, over the last 15 years, 20 years, that the matter has been examined at a wider level, and there's been no evidence put forward that there are wider impacts on the tourism economy from wind energy development. And the conclusion seems to be that the two sectors can go hand in hand. That's not to say that there might not be some scheme-specific impacts, but nothing has been raised in terms of this project. But notwithstanding that, the LVIA, the Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment that Ms. Fisher will refer to tomorrow, has examined the visual amenity from a number of recreational viewpoints. So that has been considered, not been ignored. And none of the effects arising are considered to be unacceptable. In terms of the impact on communities and individual dwellings, again, that's been examined in terms of visual effects, noise and shadow flicker, and the combination of those factors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Mr. Campbell?
I'm not sure that I can answer your question shortly.
That's absolutely fine.
Other than by saying no.
Okay.
What I'd like to do, ma'am, if I may, is just ask you for the indulgence of 5 minutes while I talk to my clients to see about the degree of acceptability of what we have here. Otherwise, I'll just waffle about these 6 bullet points, and you know already know that.
Yep, that's absolutely fine. If you would like to take 5 minutes, we can adjourn for that. If we all agree, we can just switch our cameras and microphones off, and you can consult with your client and then come back. As I said, I'm satisfied that I either have enough information on the other bullet points, or we will be discussing them tomorrow.
Oh, and actually, I'll do it by mobile phone, and then you won't have to switch off.
Oh, absolutely, more helpful, thank you. So if we all stay, just try to ensure that we cannot hear you or your discussion.
Thanks, I can resume now when you're ready.
Lovely, thank you.
I'd like to focus on the final 6 bullet points in this policy. As the first one's a really landscape political issue. Except for the last one, the impact on tourism and recreational interest. I'd like to ask Mr. to contribute to that, please. And then I have something to say about that.
Thank you. Just coming back to Mr. Bell's point about the effect of wind farms on tourism. Mountaineering Scotland did a survey, and their findings were that turbines built in scenic areas result in a 7% drop in tourism-related jobs, compared with an overall increase of 15% in tourism jobs throughout Scotland, which suggests this is resulting in a 22% drop overall in wind farm affected areas. Tourism in Dumfries and Galloway is a very big employer. It's worth around £300 million to the local economy and supports 7,000 jobs. The sector is resilient and an important contributor to the economic and social sustainability of the area. It's one of Scotland's most enduring industries and recognised by many as the most sustainable long-term sector of the Scottish economy. Dumfries and Galloway, with its inspiring, distinctive and unique natural environment, can stake a claim on the map of Scotland as a leading area for events and a place that will attract visitors to stay, return and recommend to others. The mission for Dumfries and Galloway was to increase the value of tourism from 300 to 300.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, stop working. The reporter's question was whether or not she has enough information on this topic to help to contribute to her decision. I understand what you're reading and I understand why tourism is important. But just to go back to the reporter's question, do you think that the applicants have provided enough information to help Ms. Lynch make a decision?
Thank you. No, the developers have provided no tourism impact assessment report, which is a vital missing document. Visit Scotland recommend that the tourism impact assessment is provided with each wind farm application, but this hasn't happened in Mochrum Fell 2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Proctor.
Just to pick up a tail end of the question, the last bullet point in IN1 is the one that we've touched on already, which is that economic impact statement. And I understand what Mr. Bell is saying about opportunities for employment during construction and for local businesses and so on. But it would be very helpful to see this properly analysed, and we don't seem to have that here. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Pridham?
Yes, I'd like to add to this that what I noticed in reviewing the documents was that it appeared to be, and I may have missed something, because as I say, I've been doing this off the side of my desk, is that, and without any technical experience, is there seems to be a lack of baseline data on either the socio-economic baseline or in fact the tourism baseline, which is something that I would expect. The other thing, because you can't really assess the impact of something unless you've got clear baselines. So if this proposal was approved, then how are we going to measure the impact? We're not going to be able to, because we don't have the clear baselines. So that is something that I think is really missing. The other issue is again, we as a community, we have received documents over time on a number of wind farms asking us whether we want a wind farm, but there hasn't been an assessment of where we are now as a community and what our aspirations are as a community for going forward. And I think that is really important, because it's missing the community out. It's going to the communities and saying, this is what we want to do. We hope you're on board, because we're going to generate a lot of renewable energy, which is going to benefit the environment, and it's going to tick the renewable energy boxes. But what we haven't had is the wind farm developers coming to us and actually looking at what our aspirations are and what we want going forward. And I think that that is a very, very important thing to do, and it's missing from this application, and it's been missing for all the other wind farm applications that we've been subjected to. I'm sorry if I'm sounding emotional. I am.
That's perfectly fine, Ms. Pridham. In terms of policy IN1, I think I'm content that I understand all of your relative positions in terms of what has been submitted for assessment in terms of the considerations set out. In looking at those in particular, as I said, a number of those we have either discussed earlier this morning, or they fall to be discussed during the sessions tomorrow, particularly cumulative landscape and visual impact. Most of them, and I'm going to run through the ones that I am content that I have sufficient written submissions to assist me in reaching my decision, and that would be the impact on the natural environment, not historic, the impact on forestry and woodlands, and then coming down to the detail as set out in the next set of bullet points, the associated infrastructure requirements. And I note it includes grid connections. I think we've discussed grid connections in sufficient detail this morning to not warrant additional discussion now. Environmental and other impacts associated with the construction and operational. phases of the development, including visual impact, noise and odour issues, again, fall to be discussed tomorrow. Relevant provisions for the restoration of the site, a matter to be discussed during conditions if necessary. Scale of contribution to renewable energy generation targets. We've had a full discussion on that this morning, and I'm satisfied that I understand the respective parties' positions. Effect on greenhouse gas emissions. I note both main parties, i.e. the Help Save Mochrum Fell and the appellant, have touched on the effect on greenhouse gas emissions in their submissions. Is there anything in particular, any party? I don't have a specific question on it, but if there is something pressing that anybody wishes to bring to my attention, then I'm willing to hear it at this stage, but this will be the only point at which there will be an opportunity to discuss it. I can see Mr. Ford wishes to speak.
Thank you, Mark. Can I just draw to your attention the EIA section 4.7.5 to 4.7.9. This is where the applicant lays out their estimates of the carbon saving value of the energy output. I have loose concerns of their figures, essentially, for 4 reasons. First of all, they haven't used the Scottish Government's carbon calculator tool, which is a much more comprehensive tool to evaluate these things, and it particularly looks at the emissions arising from the construction of the wind farm and the manufacture of the turbines, etc., as well as disturbance to peat. So they haven't included that element of the calculation in their figures. Secondly, you'll see that they estimate a 26.6% load factor for the proposal. That's incredibly low by local standards. Typically around here, wind farms are claiming something around 30-35%. In fact, I know one where they're claiming at least 50% load factors. And that suggests that this has got a very, very low benefit in terms of what the applicant is claiming. And from the technical background that I have, we've touched on some of these points, but I believe, in fact, that the 26.6% is actually overstated because of the poor engineering of the site, the limitations of connection to the grid locally through active network management, and also because the contract that the developer will have with the grid at the point of their connection is not a firm contract. They're not connecting to the transmission network, they're connecting to the local network, and developers in those circumstances don't get given firm contracts. And then the fourth point, briefly, is that you'll see that they quote a figure of 450 tons of carbon dioxide per megawatt hour in section 4.7.9. Essentially, this is incorrect. It doesn't take account of the loss of energy due to curtailment and so on. It also doesn't take account of the fact that, if you like, that's a static figure, and over the period of the wind farm, the emissions on the grid will by definition decline. We already have a situation where something like 97-98% of wind energy in Scotland is already renewable, and therefore that's not being replaced. So that figure is also wrong. So really what I'm pointing out to you here, ma'am, is that for those 4 factors, those carbon emission figures can't be relied upon.
Okay. Mr. Bell, would you like to respond?
Yes, I would. I mean, the carbon calculator run in line with the Scottish carbon calculator is set out in Technical Appendix 13.3 in Volume 4 of the EIA. And that sets out the requirements in terms of presenting the range of potential expected minimum and maximum carbon savings. I think sometimes the point is lost that this has to be an absolutely precise figure. I think the government recognises that there will be a range of outcomes depending on the grid mix and what's happening in the future with the grid, and to what extent fossil fuel generators are able to be switched off. The fact remains that onshore wind is a technology encouraged by government. They recognise that there will be carbon savings. The calculator gives a range of expected values, and the load factor of 26.6% is a fairly conservative level was put forward. Other developers may put forward much higher levels, and that's fine. But in this case, a relatively conservative approach was taken.
Right, thank you. Ms. Pridham? Oh, okay. Is there anybody else who wishes to comment on the effect on greenhouse gas emissions? If not, I am happy to move on. The next policy in LDP2 is wind energy. And before we get to that, there is the Council's spatial framework for wind energy set out at table 5. And that sets out group 2 and group 3 areas. And I think we can all be agreed that it falls into a group 3 area, unless there's any contrary view, which I'm not expecting. That sets out that wind farms are likely to be acceptable, but again, qualified by being subject to detailed consideration against all relevant plan policies. Policy IN2 wind energy is I think if you're not speaking, could your microphones be muted, please, so we don't get background noise? Thank you. Policy IN2, wind energy, is also supported by supplementary guidance, wind energy development, and that sets out how the development management process will assess all the issues that arise in wind energy applications to the council. The policy itself sets out how it will be assessed and what will be taken into account. It effectively is a more specific policy than the renewable energy one, only applies to wind energy, and is generally helpful in reaching a decision. If we run through each of the headings in policy IN2, again, some of these will fall to be discussed tomorrow. Some we have discussed in the round. We may need to discuss slightly more specific issues. So if we begin at renewable energy benefits, I think we have already discussed the contribution to renewable energy generation targets and the effect on greenhouse gas emissions. Opportunities for any energy storage doesn't arise in relation to this. There is no part of the proposal that relates to application for consent for energy storage. Socioeconomic benefits, I think we've discussed to my satisfaction where we are in terms of information on net economic impact and the parties' views on the information submitted with the application and the appeal. So I'm happy to move on from there rather than spending any more time on that. Landscape and visual impact we are going to discuss tomorrow. We have cumulative impact in terms of landscape or visual impact, but also impact on existing patterns of development from 2 or more wind energy developments. This probably properly falls to be discussed in the round with more specific landscape and visual considerations. But if anybody has any particular comments on the wider context of wind energy developments in this area and the pattern of development, and this is in terms of cumulative patterns of development, I am happy to hear them now. If you'd like to hold on to those to discuss tomorrow, I'm also quite happy. Mr. Campbell? You're on mute.
I'm not sure if Mr. Proctor would like to come in on that. We heard earlier on that Mochrum Fell is by way of being a bit of a southern outlier to other wind farm developments. Perhaps Mr. Proctor might say something about the communities issue, which is figured in that subheading. It says the extent of any detrimental effect on communities, individual dwelling, residents, local immunity. So there's quite a lot in.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm thinking more about probably a wider view, and we touched on it earlier this morning when we spoke about the existing pattern of development for wind farms in the locality comes as far south as, in terms of consents and operational, comes as far south as Black Craig and Fell.
Yeah.
And then we have the just lapsed, but nevertheless granted on appeal consent that was at Mochrum Fell, and some pipeline, i.e. this application and Gar Crogo in between Black Craig and Mochrum Fell. What I'm thinking about is what is the impact on the wider landscape, or the impact from that change in the pattern of wind farm development to date. I'm very happy to take this in the wider landscape discussion tomorrow, but it may fall to be easily discussed here. Mr. Bell?
I'll be guided by my witness and their clients, but it feels to me like a matter for the landscape.
Yeah.
But the best of all, they should.
Sorry, Mr. Bell.
Or if I go, I'll just be fully brief. It was just on that wider pattern of development. I think Eric Fisher tomorrow will give some comment on that. But from a planning perspective, I think it needs to remember that a lot of the schemes way to the north, Sankra 2, Shepherd's Rig, another, they're being objected to by the council. The clustering there is fairly intensive. Now, whether or not these schemes will come through is another matter. But there is real cumulative pressure to the north. And I think if we were up there, probably the allegation would be we're just unacceptably adding to that mix. So I think a view can be taken that in terms of the wider pattern, the clustering in space is working, and the appropriate spacing amongst the groups is in my view comfortable. Now, the view will be taken tomorrow from a landscape and visual perspective, and other parties will have a view. But I think it can be looked at in two ways. That Mochrum provides capacity in an area where it can be accommodated, but there are added pressures from in those areas further north.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Bell. I think Mr. and Mrs. Proctor, I wasn't 100% sure that I understood that you were going to leave it until tomorrow to discuss this in the wider landscape discussion. Can I just be satisfied that you are content with that approach?
If I could just mention, it was SNH at the time, but Nature Scott now, that they have serious concerns about the strategic qualities of any development on Mochrum Fell, leading development further south to the more sensitive landscapes, and also the very important high-valued tourist areas.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Mr. Ford and then Ms. Pridham.
Thank you, Mom. I think Mr. Bell's point that there are a lot of developments up there that are being objected to, and there's a process going on for those. But there's also, there's an existing set of operational wind farms up there that reach quite Atlantic. The point is, and we did touch on this morning, is that Mochrum Fell is actually pushing the envelope of where those wind farms are further and further south, and it actually intrudes quite a lot from beyond that geography into the Ken Valley, basically.
Okay. Right, thank you, Mr. Ford. Ms. Pridham?
Just checking, I had scoping for Ben Shinney and also Man Howell. which are just on the other side of the road, which would then join Gargrogo and Fell. And so we could just see another huge cluster of wind farms being proposed if Mochrum Fell is approved. And Arkens Cast Fen sadly has already become. The other point I would like to raise, which is something I'm not sure whether now is the right time or tomorrow, but I think another issue is that at the moment, the wind farm development and the planning doesn't appear to be joined up with the commercial forestry that's also happening in this area. So huge swathes of the local landscape are being lost to commercial forestry. And if you combine that with the wind farm developments, it's already having a massive impact on our communities, but it will have a really severe impact on our communities, our sense of place, and the natural environment that we all care about so much. And I think that really needs to be considered when considering this proposed wind farm. I know it's not necessarily in the technical planning policy side of things, but it does need to be considered, I feel. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Pridham. I think we can probably properly touch on that when we look at visual impacts tomorrow. So I'll make a note to add it. So moving on from impacts on existing patterns of development, we have impact on local community and residential interests. I think probably most properly considered in our upcoming session at 3 p.m, if that is okay with everybody. We then have infrastructure, and I am content that submissions of the appellant have addressed any questions I might have on infrastructure. I understand how it would work. We then have impact on aviation and defence interests. I had a couple of questions relating to both of those matters. The first was in relation to Glen Swinton Airfield, which is a private airfield not very far away from the proposed turbines. A number of the proposed 7, I think 5, are within 2 kilometres of the midpoint of the airstrip. I note that the Civil Aviation Authority guidance, which is generic guidance, suggests that no obstacles greater than 45.7 metres in height are located within 2 kilometres of a runway midpoint. Is there any further information about how this would impact on the operation of the airstrip? I appreciate it's in private ownership, but ownership is not necessarily my main consideration. It's really aviation safety. I wonder, Mr. Bell, do you have any comments on that?
Yes, I didn't realise this was coming up specifically.
No,
I
apologise.
No, that's okay.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Bell. I think Mr. Campbell's dropped off the line. Can we just check he's still with us?
He's Mr. John Campbell.
Yes.
No, I can see him.
He's on my screen.
He's on my screen.
Yeah, I can see him as well, but it's frozen.
Oh, he has actually frozen. Okay. Right. Callum is monitoring the feed, so we'll contact him to see if there's an issue. Oh, he's leaving. Once he re-enters, his connection should be restored. We'll just give him a moment. Mr. Bell, I'm very happy to leave this till tomorrow if you would like a little time.
It was just to say the appellant set out a response to this at section 3.8 of the rebuttal hearing statement with reference to the CAA guidance. So you said it was set within a number of other points, but our position is that no unacceptable impacts would arise in relation to the aerodrome, which is also connected to the landowner for the development.
Yes,
So,
I appreciate that.
And he also gives advice to the council on aviation related matters. But we've set out a response there, and we are content that the aerodrome would be compatible and its operation with ongoing advice and guidance in the event that the development goes ahead.
Okay.
If there is a need for any more specific technical response on that,
Yeah.
we'd be happy to provide it, but it would need to be out with this discussion.
Absolutely, that's fine. Let me consider that and I will let you know
Thank you.
whether I require anything more. I'm just waiting to see if Mr. Campbell has managed to rejoin the meeting. I don't actually see him. Alan, I wonder, could you confirm if you're trying to reconnect Mr. Campbell?
I'll just drop him an email. It looks like he has just disconnected.
Yeah.
So hopefully he's just trying to join again, but I'll drop him an email.
Okay.
Let me try and speak to him, Mom.
Could you? Thank you. That would be helpful.
In the meantime, ma'am, if I could just have a word. Having Mr. Jackson as the air safety consultee for Dumfries and Galloway, when he's also the owner of the airstrip, is a direct conflict of interest. And we would respectfully suggest that an external expert should be brought in to give their opinion on whether there is safety aspects for having aircraft, not necessarily Mr. Jackson's aircraft, but the airfield is open to other light aircraft.
Yep.
It handles around 400 flights a year. It's also available for emergency landings and also available for night flights. There are landing lights for light aircraft to land in the evenings. If the turbines are so close to the airstrip, we suspect that there is a safety issue involved with that. And having turbines with much larger diameter blades, the turbulence effects could certainly affect aircraft landing or taking off from the airfield. So we would, as I say, suggest that an external expert should be consulted for this, because safety should be a priority. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Proctor. I'm still not seeing Mr. Campbell, and I'm loath to continue with much more before.
I've just spoken to him. He does have a major problem with his local internet.
Oh, right.
He suggested in terms of the airfield that Mr. Proctor might be able to make a contribution, which is obviously just done. But I think it'll take him a few minutes to get back. So,
Right. Well, I had intended moving on to policy NE2, regional scenic areas, in particular Galloway Hills. I'm happy to take a short break now while we wait for members of the community to begin theirs at 3. We can discuss policy NE2 tomorrow, first thing. It doesn't fall inappropriately there because we will be beginning with landscape impact. So if everybody is contented to make the best use of our time today, I think we'd be better taking a short break now, reconvening at 3. Hopefully Mr. Campbell can reconnect. I have to say I'm loath to proceed without him. I feel that would be just a poor use of all of our time and effort if he's not available to take part. So hopefully he will be here at 3 p.m. I'm sure Callum is helping him as far as we possibly can. If I could see you all back here at 3, please remember to switch off your camera and your microphones while you're on break. And I will see you all at 3 p.m. Thank you.
You think the control chips in there? No, you wanting the camera on as well?
What?
You want your video on
Yeah.
as well?
Who's that? That's the controller, isn't it? Erection.
Yeah. So you see yourself then,
Oh, well, I'm there. Yeah. I can see him over there. I think it's much more complex than the Zoom. The Zoom one's fairly easy to use.
I'll just say I've just had a reply from John Campbell saying that it's a broadband issue and he was just changing rooms and he asked me to send him the invite, which I've just done, so hopefully he'll be joining shortly.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Callum. We'll just continue with the break for a few moments till we can confirm Mr. Campbell's attendance and give him a moment to reorganise should he need to. In the meantime, I will get some preliminary matters and some housekeeping matters resolved. Good afternoon to all of those.
For the next week.
Oh, there's Mr. Campbell.
I can see you now, yes.
Yes, we can see and hear you, Mr. Campbell. Thank you.
I'm extremely, it's very rude to everybody for that to happen, but it's a local phenomenon in the borders and I'm afraid it just happened.
Yeah, I'm afraid we're all subject to the vagaries of technology, so absolutely not a problem. And as I said earlier today, should anybody else have any technological difficulty, it is capable of being resolved. So welcome back, Mr. Campbell. And as I was just saying, welcome to all of you who are joining us for the first time today. We have almost completed our discussion on the wider policy issues with a small item to retain until tomorrow. But in the interest of keeping to the timetable, we will move ahead with community submissions this afternoon. A couple of small housekeeping matters. While you are not speaking, could you please switch your microphone to mute? And if you wish to gain my attention, please raise your hand. There's quite a number of people on the call this afternoon, and I can actually only physically see 9 of you at any one point. But I would encourage you to please mute your microphone if you're not speaking. It does impact on the quality of the call if you don't. There are no fire alarms programmed in the building today. And I do need to read you our procedure on the live webcast. The hearing is being webcast live at www.dpea.public-i.tv. The video recording of the session will be retained on the website after the appeal is determined. And by taking part in this virtual inquiry, you are consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of these images and sound recordings and any information contained within them for webcasting and training purposes and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. The format of this afternoon will be an opportunity for each party to make their observations. And I would remind all parties this is not an adversarial process. It is a discussion and should be around a table, but unfortunately is around a screen today. I would encourage all of you to be kind and courteous and to remember that while you may disagree with the substance of what another party is saying, try to remember to be polite and to respect the party's rights to have enough time to understand the questions being asked and to formulate a response. So I think the best way to do this is, oh, Mr. Bell.
Sorry, I hope I've not preempted what you're going to say. I was just wondering what the format was going to be in terms of the appellant, because if there's a number of statements coming from various parties, will there be an opportunity for the appellant to make a response? Now, it may be that there isn't a need to make a response as the professional witnesses for the parties have spoken already in the policy session, but just wondered about the procedure for the appellant this afternoon. Thank you.
No, absolutely. That is a good question. I was about to raise it. I think I am anticipating that where we have written submissions from parties and where we have hearing submissions from some parties, some other parties have not made written submissions, and I will guide the input generally to the topics we have already identified as needing to be discussed. If people veer in directions that we don't need to discuss, I will intervene and simply guide people back to the topics that are most pertinent to my decision. As a lot of people weren't here this morning, I would remind people of the purpose of hearings. They are to guide me, the decision maker appointed by Scottish ministers, to make my decision. I'm quite content on certain matters that written submissions to date have been full and clear, and I don't have any need for additional information. But this afternoon, if the parties speak, I am I apologise, I appear to have dropped out myself for a moment. It may be that Mr. Bell could respond in the round rather than to each individual, I think would work better. So if we are content, my intention was to have the parties who are part of Help Save Mochrum Fell speak. If there are any additional parties, I know that Mr. and Mrs. Proctor had indicated that a number of parties are not attending, that we had possibly anticipated might be taking part today. And I don't know if there are any additional parties to Help Save Mochrum Fell who wish to speak this afternoon.
No, Mark, there should be 7 speakers. Thank you.
All part of Help Save Mochrum Fell?
Yeah. 4 of them are Help Save Mochrum Fell and 3 from the Community Council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Proctor. Could we start with those who are part of Help Save Mochrum Fell, just in terms of running order, it makes it easier. And then if we could move to the community councils and then individuals, and the community councils I'm simply going to take in alphabetical order. So once your 4 speakers from Help Save Mochrum Fell have spoken, perhaps Mr. Bell would respond at that point, and then to the community councils, and then to the individuals. Is everybody content with that running order?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mark.
Lovely. Thank you. So if we could have the first speaker for Help Save Mochrum Fell.
That's Christopher Shaw, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Proctor.
Hi, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Shaw, and we can see you clearly as well. Thank you.
My name is Christopher Shaw. I'm appearing as an objector to the proposed development. I have potentially 5 points to raise, all of which I will do as briefly as possible. Stop me if you've already covered some of them or you don't want to hear any more. The first one is to do with Draft National Planning Framework 4. I don't know whether you've discussed that yet or not. 2 small points. Firstly, that I think there have been a number of public inquiries where Draft National Planning Framework 4 has been excluded from consideration on the basis that it is draft. It hasn't been considered by Parliament, and there's no guarantee that it'll go forward in its present form. Having said that, having read the document, I think it has a number of cohesive properties or principles. It talks of 20-minute communities. It talks of production close to consumption. It talks of the minimization of intrusive infrastructure and such. And although it does comment on renewables, I don't read it to say that at any point that the importance of onshore wind is so great that it completely overrides all of the other principles within that planning document. I've heard this suggested, but in my opinion, it completely misinterprets the document, because surely whatever development, whether it's wind or anything else, must fall within the general parameters of the planning framework and not outside of it. That's all I have to say on that point.
Okay. Our discussion earlier this morning, for your benefit, Mr. Shaw, was an in the round discussion on MPF4, bearing in mind its draft status. And all of that is available to view on the webcast. It's being webcast live, and the recording should be available tomorrow, should you wish to look at that in any more detail.
Thank you, Bob. Point 2, onshore wind policy refresh. The Scottish Government's ambition for somewhere between 8 and 12 gigawatts of onshore wind generation, as far as I see from that document itself, can comfortably be met from the existing pipeline of consented but not yet constructed developments, site extensions of existing wind farms, and the repowering of older wind farms, the latter being somewhere approaching 10 gigawatts in itself. Consequently, I would argue that there is really no justification whatsoever in granting permission for new onshore wind developments on virgin sites, because it's unnecessary. The other point on that is that since that document was released, the Scottish Government has sold concessions for the construction of something like 25 gigawatts of offshore wind, which, according to the chairman of Scottish Power on the radio the other week, should all be online by 2030. So if you put all of that together, we will achieve 3 times the projections that were in the onshore wind policy refresh without actually consenting any new wind farms on virgin sites whatsoever. That's my point on the onshore wind policy refresh. The next point is basically this myth of cheap green electricity for Scottish homes. We've seen this time after time in planning applications and planning inquiries, and the mantra seems to be that we're all going to enjoy cheap green electricity in Scotland. But surely the last 6 to 9 months have given the lie to this, the total fallacy of this claim. Electricity prices have doubled. I live in a house which is the house of the future. It entirely relies on electricity. We have no other form of energy consumption. It's designed with ground source geothermal heating. It has underfloor heating. It's very, very efficient. And I'm in fuel poverty because I simply can no longer afford to heat my house properly at the sort of prices we're now being asked to pay. The excuse for this is the war in the Ukraine and the price of gas. But I've yet to find anybody who can explain to me how the price of gas is in any way, shape, or form relevant to the price of renewable electricity. It just doesn't feature. It's not used in making renewable electricity. What we're actually seeing is profiteering by the wind industry, who manage by various means to obtain the full international price for their product, rather than the lower price which the contracts for difference and other arrangements would have indicated we should receive. We are seeing proponents of the wind industry citing that contracts for difference are now being signed at prices that would equate to about 4 pence per unit. 40 pounds per megawatt hour, 4 pence per unit. And that's quite frankly disingenuous, because these contracts for difference are being signed, but they're not being activated. During 2021, not one single new contract for difference was actually activated. The new wind farms that came on stream chose instead to sell their electricity in the open market, because they can get a very much better price for it. That's what really shows to be their actual community responsibility. We know that wind farms can't deliver when the wind doesn't blow. We know that they can't deliver a lot of the time because the infrastructure isn't there to transfer their output to the parts of Scotland or anywhere else that need it. And it was reported in the Financial Times over the weekend that new developments might have to wait 10 years for a connection to the grid, because the infrastructure in Scotland is so bad. And in any event, most of the production is exported via the interconnectors and they're full or they don't work. So I don't propose to repeat all of the discussions about that, but what I do say is surely we can see that this myth of cheap green electricity is a myth. Fourth point, hypothetical benefits. These applications cite the creation of jobs, community benefits, and other good reasons such as tourism and community funds, etc., etc. Frankly, it's largely illusory. Jobs haven't materialized. Community funds have shown up to be divisive rather than anything else. And by and large, as we've seen from the report, which was referred to about 30 minutes ago, tourists are not that enthusiastic to come and look at a wind farm. It certainly doesn't benefit. The ecological benefits, I live quite close to Mark Hill Wind Farm, which came on stream 10 years ago, and it is still an industrial wasteland. They are still leveling the peat and trying to recreate the peat bog that was there before they started. So it's the whole thing just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. We've got the output that they claim they're going to generate doesn't happen because they're constrained off, even to the point where wind farms were constrained during COP26, when COP26 was relying on diesel generators for its electricity. It's just pie in the sky, in my opinion.
Okay.
Final point. The status of environmental impact assessments, objectors, agents for promoters. In my opinion, this whole area of information which is presented in environmental impact assessments is presented in a misleading fashion. As a series of reports by independent experts which can be relied upon. Now, these independent experts certainly exist, but the reports should not be seen as an independent assessment by somebody who has no axe to grind. The report is actually made by a professional who is being paid to write the report that his employer wishes to see. And that's a completely different situation. The nearest analogy I can think of is that reports we used to see 30 or 40 years ago, which at the time I wanted to believe that eminent medical doctors told you that smoking was positively beneficial for you. Now, we now see those reports for what they are, but I also see a lot of the elements of the environmental impact assessments in exactly the same light. To finalize that point, there are a number of objectors who will appear before you this afternoon. It's regrettable that Dumfries and Galloway Council have walked away from their responsibilities to their electorate. But I would ask you to understand, Mom, that private objectors appear by conviction. They appear at their own expense. And although I've only been studying wind farm applications for a small number of years, I have seen utterly appalling attempts by developers' legal teams to discredit and belittle private objectors. It takes quite a lot of courage for people to actually stand up and say, we do not agree with this proposal because of what people have experienced in the past. People objecting privately in public inquiries tend to be treated more like a prisoner in the dock than a member of the public with a legitimate view. What I would say, by contrast to those private objectors, is that those who will appear before you in support of this wind farm are by and large doing it because they are paid to do it. The distinction between the two categories of presenter, I would ask you just to take on board and weigh up as you reach your conclusions. That's all I have to say, Mom.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Mr. Shaw. Much appreciated. I've a small number of points to just respond to you on rather than questions for you. One, I would say that in terms of my decision-making process as the reporter appointed by Scottish ministers, the value I place on the contribution from different parties is equal. Obviously, I appreciate you all come from different perspectives and different backgrounds and different levels of professionalism, but the input is always valued and always considered. So please be assured of that, Mr. Shaw. We did discuss a number of the issues that you brought up already today, but not the kind of structural inequalities in the energy market. Probably not a matter that I can address directly in the consideration of this planning application, to be honest, but I appreciate your standpoint. If we could move to the next Help Save Mochrum Fell speaker, and I will then ask Mr. Bell to make any comments following that, as we discussed earlier. Mr. Proctor, could you indicate who would be next?
Yes, it's David Montgomery, ma'am.
Lovely, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can everyone hear me, see me?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can hear and see you clearly, thank you.
Okay. My name's David Montgomery. I live at Moss End, which is Auchenvay on the 712. I've gathered opinions of people residing around Auchenvay and find nobody in favour of the proposed Mochrum Fell development or any more local developments. Concerns range from the growing visual impact on the countryside, noise, negative effect on property values, and lack of any compensation. There is generally a realistic acceptance that there is a need for renewable energy, but no more onshore developments are wanted. The countryside is being turned into an enormous industrial park, and the attitude of everyone I've spoken to is enough is enough. In the landscape visual impacts topic, potential visual impacts are often mentioned as typically seen as blades above forestry or screened by commercial forestry. The obvious problem with this description is that forestry is a crop that is regularly harvested. As an example, at the end of 2021, many Auchenvay residents could not see Garcrogu summit from road level due to the forest. Much has subsequently been cut down, leaving a clear view. Assuming it's replanted, it will take up to 30 years before the same level of cover is in place, a timescale that coincides with the projected life of the turbines and probably more than my life expectancy. When assessing visual impact, it can only be accurately achieved by considering the actual topography. Including temporary variables such as forestry is deliberately misleading and distorts the truth. Creeping industrialization of the countryside could result in the Auchenvay population finding itself totally enveloped by Black Craig, then Mochrum Fell, and then potentially Garcrogu. Part of the argument for Black Craig was that it was only one site and would therefore have limited impact. Part of the argument for Mochrum Fell is that there's already an established wind farm at Black Craig, so the impact of a few more turbines will not be so great. And no doubt the several more at Garcrogu will be given the same argument. These developments are creeping eastward and ruining our countryside in the progress. Property values. In my case, my home represents much of my retirement fund. Downsizing at the appropriate time is planned to release equity, provide an income for my latter years. For the rest of my life, I am now presented with the possibility of a significantly leaner time than was the case through no fault of my own, or the likes of folk make huge profits at my expense. It's a perfectly feasible scenario that any potential excess of value over downsized property located near our communities will be totally eradicated. Research into the impact on property values reports mixed results, often depending on who financed the research. It's clear that each case is unique and the projected effect depends on which figures are used. According to the London School of Economics, and also some local experience with somebody trying to sell their property once the prospective site was announced, we stand to have between £60,000 and £150,000 removed from our pension plans. My wife and I are 68 this year. We're both cancer survivors and want to retire, but are still working to try and mitigate the threat. The question of clean green popped up. Much about the consequential environmental cost of wind farms is conveniently brushed aside. The industry is now entering a phase of decommissioning the first generation of turbines, having reached the end of their lifespan. While it's accepted that a large proportion of each turbine is recyclable, and much is made of this, there is an inconvenient truth about the blades that needs serious consideration. Only now, the Westminster government has funded a project, a mere £2 million, to examine how to dispose of redundant blades, of which there are an estimated 18,000 in Scotland at the moment. The favoured option currently is to bury them in landfill, with all the associated toxic materials they contain, as there is no recycling infrastructure capable of dealing with the blades and no market for the recycled blade material. It should also be pointed out that worldwide demand for balsa wood, a key component of turbine blades, is driving the Amazonian rainforest deforestation in Ecuador. This is something that the press did not manage to report during COP26 summit. While politicians representing developed countries were unanimously deeply critical of deforestation, they were concurrently promoting an industry that demands vast quantities of resources from these very forests. Each of the newer large blades uses up to 150 cubic meters of balsa wood, which also has to be transported out of the Amazon and across the Atlantic, creating its own huge carbon footprint in the process. The really largest point I want to make at the end is that one of community benefit that keeps cropping up. It's a misleading term and reflects a total lack of understanding of rural life. A fairy tale notion that our lives revolve around each other, focused on a social hub of some description that facilitates social gatherings to discuss our common interests, host workshops, and organize fundraising events, is simply patronizing. It's offensive stereotyping and grossly condescending. The definition of a community, according to the Cambridge English Dictionary, is people living in one particular area who are considered as a unit because of their common interests, social group, or nationality. Population, however, is defined as all the people living in a particular country, area, or place. Auchenvay residents are not a community, and it is absurd to assume so. Our only common interests are to live remotely in peace, and now to stop the pollution of our environment with ever-increasing numbers of turbines. Taking Auchenvay as an example, there are 10 properties, and over the last 20 years, I have only had reason to speak to people from 4 of them until gathering opinions today. That doesn't mean we are antisocial or somehow hermits, but it is a life we choose. And to see us all as some kind of community is nonsensical. And the notion that funding community projects goes any way to compensate those directly affected is patently absurd. Sums of money concerned do nothing to represent the damage caused by the wind farms to local populations and are not targeted at those who suffer the greatest impact. In fact, most of them will see no benefit whatsoever. Using the Black Craig Community Fund as an example, its stated purpose is to support our communities to be connected, resilient, and carbon neutral places where people will want to live, work, and visit to bring up their families and to grow old. Frankly, this is vacuous nonsense. There's no connection with real life issues whatsoever. The sum total benefit so far is Corsic Village Hall being decorated. It should be noted that Corsic and its inhabitants are located 2 miles further away from Black Craig than Auchenvay. And only one Auchenvay resident even knew about the so-called black vague community fund. Uncommon thread from Mochrum Vale residents was the lack of faith, I'm afraid, in the appeal process. The general feeling was that the development is going to happen whatever we say. That being the case, there should be realistic compensation targeted to those directly affected, not some vague community fund that produces no benefit whatsoever. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montgomery. I did have, again, a couple of comments rather than questions. One is going back to visualizations and the information provided with applications and appeals. I appreciate that commercial forestry does have a major impact quite often in screening turbines and wind farm developments, and when removed, the reality can be quite different. I would, however, qualify that with setting out that the information submitted with appeals and applications for wind farms is fairly standardised in terms of visualisations, and the wireline drawings are of benefit in presenting a bare landscape ideal. It's not a photo montage, but it does give a good indication of the truer scale of the development with the absence of vegetation. A useful thing to bear in mind when looking at those. In relation to property values, while pertinent and obviously of huge importance to you and your family, is not a matter that can be material in reaching a planning decision. And in terms of the community benefit, there is Scottish Government guidance, which is good practice principles for community benefits and from onshore renewable energy developments. I do take your point, though, that if you don't live in a small village but are a scattered grouping of residents who don't necessarily have shared interests or shared facilities, it will be of little value to you or little compensation. Again, a matter to consider, but not necessarily that can be addressed through the consideration of an individual development proposal. Thank you very much, Mr. Montgomery, for your input. I believe there's another party from Help Save Mochrum Fell to speak.
Yes, the next speaker is Ian Milligan, but I can't see him. I don't know whether he's available.
No, he's there.
I am here.
He's there. Thank you, Mr. Milligan.
Thank you. I would like to make 4 points. The first relates to lighting. Although the height of the proposed turbines is less than the civil aviation limit of 150 metres, as no doubt you're aware, the Ministry of Defence has requested red lighting or infrared lighting as a condition of any planning consent. I would recommend, or indeed ask, that in the event of consent being given, the condition should be infrared and infrared only, not visible red lighting. The new generation of turbines, many of which are greatly in excess of the 150 metre threshold stipulated by the Civil Aviation Authority, it gives rise to a wholly new planning consideration, and it's in its very early stages. What may not be appreciated is that rural areas in Dumfries and Galloway, and indeed many parts of Scotland, enjoy fabulously dark skies. The dark sky park is only part of the question relating to lighting. The dark skies, which we all generally enjoy, is a much wider problem. The area around Mochrum Fell itself is part of that dark sky area, which we all enjoy. Although a few lights from dwellings may be visible here and there, they are at ground level. They are a well-recognized feature of the landscape, and often they can appear as a friendly light. Any visible red lights on turbines introduces a wholly new visual aspect, because they will be seen against the dark sky, and not just against the dark sky, but wholly unrelated to the landscape with the lights of dwellings. Indeed, they will become a constant distraction, a constant feature of the landscape at night, and a constant reminder of the existence of the wind farm. There is a subsidiary point on lighting, which relates to the Glen Swinton airfield, which has been touched on already. As you're aware, Mr. Jackson, the operator of the airfield, is responsible for its safety. He wants visible red lights. He has a conflict of interest in this respect because he has a stake in the proposed wind farm. I would propose, therefore, that there should be, in the event of planning consent being granted, a condition that the safety of the airfield should be assessed by an independent expert. If the independent expert concludes that it is safe with infrared lighting, then the airfield is not an obstacle to the development. But if, on the other hand, the expert were to decide that the airfield would not be safe with infrared lighting, then it is an obstacle to development, and indeed it is an insuperable obstacle. Safety must come first. The second point which I'd like to mention is cumulative effect. Cumulative effect is a constraint on development. It is not a justification for it. Some recent decisions granting planning permission have come perilously close to treating cumulative effect as a justification for consent, saying in effect that because there is a wind farm next door, it doesn't matter if you add another one next to it. That is, with respect, to turn cumulative effect on its head. Here, as Ms. Pridham has explained very clearly already, Mochrum Fell has Black Craig to the north. Sandwiched between it and Black Craig is Garcrogo, the subject of a pending appeal. There are also Barley Hill, Marnhull, and Ben Shinny clustered round it. If you were to consent to Mochrum Fell, it would not be difficult to see somebody saying, or somebody deciding, oh, well, that domino's fallen, who cares about the rest? That is, as I say, to turn cumulative effect upside down on its head. And indeed, it is because of this clustering that I would urge you to refuse consent. The third point I'd like to make is about benefit. This application would not have been pursued unless the developer thought there was sufficient profit in it to take the risk of proceeding with the development. The developer's profit is the sole driver of the project. And that is something that people tend to lose sight of. The developer is owned by Falck Renewables SPA, an Italian company. Falck Renewables, 2 months ago, was taken over by an international investment fund under the umbrella of JP Morgan. Profits go to the pockets of the international investors. They do not go to Scotland. And that is another reason why this development should be refused. Attention should be drawn to those developments, the profits of which at least might go to Scotland. The fourth point that I'd like to make is that much of what has been said today goes to the uncertainty as to whether or not the development should be allowed to proceed. And when you come to weigh everything up, not being satisfied upon all the various criteria which fall to be applied should lead you to conclude that this development should be refused. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Milligan. Again, some comments rather than questions. In relation to dark skies and the dark sky park, I take your point about the difference between the two and the consideration given to the difference between the two. Thank you. In relation to ownership and ultimate destination of any profit from a private enterprise is not a matter that can be material in reaching my decision on an individual wind farm.
With respect, that misses the point. Benefit includes looking at the economic benefits, and one of them is the destination of the profit.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Milligan. Mr. Proctor, I believe you said you had 4 speakers?
Yes, that's correct, ma'am. The 4th speaker is John Thompson, if he's available.
Yes, I can see Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, I think you're... Oh, yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Is that okay?
Yes, we can see and hear you. Welcome, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you. I apologise that what I've got to say is a little longer than might be ideal. As ever, if I'd had more time, I could have written less. But as I'll explain, I've been immersed in these renewable energy issues for a very long time now. Even Mochrum Fell itself goes back at least 8 years, which just tells you really what a shadow it has held over a lot of people for a long time. And I feel strongly about the issues as well. I'm speaking from notes, and if it would be helpful, I'd be happy to provide an electronic copy. I'm sorry I didn't submit one in advance.
That is absolutely fine. Perhaps after today's proceedings, you could email Christine Brown, our caseworker, and she can circulate a copy to all the parties, assuming everybody is happy with that. Yep. Thank you.
Fine, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
I'm also aware that my contribution covers ground that will be discussed at the more topic-specific sessions later on, but I'm afraid I wasn't available to attend all of those. But what I have tried to do is to signpost what I have to say so that it's relatively easy to relate it to the more specific topics. That's just by way of background. To introduce myself, I'm John Thompson. I live locally, but not in the immediate vicinity of Mochrum Fell. Before I retired a decade ago, I was for almost 20 years a director in Scottish Natural Heritage, which of course is now generally known as Nature Scot. In that capacity, I led the organisation's policy work in the fields of land use development planning and specifically renewable energy development. Before that, I'd spent 2.5 years in the planning inspectorate south of the border and 2 years as head of the planning policy division in what was then the Scottish office. Since retiring, I've been active in the voluntary environmental and rural development sectors. I was for 6 years convener of the Southern Uplands Partnership. I currently chair both the Association for the Protection of Rural Scotland and the Scottish Campaign for National Parks. and convene groups on land use, land reform and landscape matters on behalf of the network of Scottish environmental NGOs, Scottish Environment Link. More locally, I am, after many years as a trustee, the vice chair of the partnership board of the Galloway and Southern Ayrshire Biosphere, and was until recently a trustee of the Galloway National Park Association, which presses the case for a Galloway National Park. I'm appearing today in a personal capacity, not as a representative of any of these bodies. But as will be clear, I think I've always taken a close interest in the development of the renewables industry, and especially of wind power. I do not do so because I'm personally hostile. I accept the need for major and rapid expansion of low carbon electricity generation. Alongside, I'm getting a message that my battery is running low. I'm not sure why, because it is plugged in, but I better just check that. I don't know what the problem is. I'll just press on and hope for the best, I think.
Right, yes, indeed. We will have the benefit of your written submission should we lose you. Please rest assured, Mr. Thompson, at least we'll have that.
Okay, right. I'm also in no doubt about the potential of renewable energy development to transform the character and quality of Scotland's countryside to a greater extent than any other form of development regulated by the town and country planning system. It thus represents the greatest challenge that system has ever faced in a rural context. I've, over the past 25 years or so, participated in many debates about wind farm development, both nationally and locally. These have included intense discussions within and amongst the voluntary environment bodies about how best to reconcile potentially conflicting environmental objectives. All have led to one fundamental, if rather banal, principle, which has always lain at the heart of the planning process. It's all about getting the right development in the right place. That requires a combination of well-informed plan making and judicious decision taking. I have observed and contributed to both processes in relation to wind farm development in Dumfries and Galloway. And all that experience has convinced me that the present proposal is the wrong development in the wrong place. In the limited time available, I just want to make 5 points. The first relates to scale. The planning challenge posed by wind farm development arises primarily because of the size and nature of the structures involved. These introduce a large man-made element into surroundings composed primarily of natural, albeit often heavily man-modified, elements. The structures can all too easily both dominate and be perceived to industrialise, as others have commented, the surrounding countryside over very considerable distances. As engineering advances has resulted in ever taller turbines, they become ever more at odds with the scale of most Scottish landscapes. The scale issue is particularly critical where, as at Mochrum Fell, its hilly character is an important aspect of the landscape, but the height of the hills is relatively modest. SNH flagged this up from the very start in its comments at scoping stage on this particular development. These comments made it clear that any development on the site would be problematic, and that the height of the turbines would be crucial to the chances of keeping adverse impacts on the surrounding landscapes within tolerable limits. That applied when the turbines proposed in the original scheme were significantly 23 metres shorter than those now proposed. It subsequently became clear that the constraints these landscape considerations imposed was ignored purely for the sake of commercial viability. That is simply not a sound planning approach. My second point, and this echoes to some extent what Ian Milligan has just said, concerns cumulative impact. This issue was highlighted in Dumfries and Galloway's own wind farm landscape capacity study, which specifically mentioned incompatibility with the Blackcraig wind farm project, then only a proposal, but since approved and constructed. The area now faces several more proposals threatening to saturate it with turbines and effectively to transform it from a landscape with turbines to a turbine landscape. It is, I am convinced, far too good, distinctive and valuable a landscape for that. it must be regretted that the previous appeal decision on Mochrum Fell failed adequately to acknowledge the quality of the landscape surrounding the site, especially the more intimate farmed ones. I'll come back to this point, but for now, just note that it reflects the focus of Scotland's current landscape designation system on the high and the wild. This approach is made explicit in the justification offered for the selection of the country's nationally protected landscapes, national scenic areas, which talks of prioritising the landscapes for which Scotland is most renowned, which is shorthand for mountainous areas, but is carried over to some extent into the locally designated regional scenic areas. Third, I want to emphasise the importance of developing and maintaining a strategic approach to development with such far-reaching impacts as wind farms. Especially as the turbines have become taller and more intrusive, it's become ever more vital to identify and develop only the most suitable sites. What is more, the very increases in output per turbine achieved through this scaling up has made this objective more compatible with the goal of raising overall output. To its credit, such guidance and direction is precisely what Dumfries and Galloway Council has tried to provide through its planning policies and the landscape capacity study that underpins them. This very thoroughgoing exercise was in many ways exemplary, but it did underline the difficulty of accommodating large-scale wind energy development, which was then defined as turbines of over a mere 80 metres in height, in any but the highest and or most remote ground in the region. The problem arose not just from the scale issue, but also from the intimate character and high quality of so many of the region's landscapes. The net effect was to point large-scale development, especially of turbines over 100 metres, firmly towards the spine of the southern uplands and to some heavily afforested moorland areas elsewhere. The strategy saw very little scope for tall turbines in other places, even on ridges running south from that spine. Mochrum Fell lies precisely on such a ridge. Indeed, it forms its southern terminus and thus is very prominent in views from much of the lower ground to the south. The overall strategy embodied in the landscape capacity study has, of course, been repeatedly challenged. Many cases doing so have gone to appeal, but by and large, the approach has been upheld both by councillors and reporters. The broad pattern of development has been that envisaged in planning policy, of large-scale development confined to the higher ground and areas of more uniform landscape character. The key objective has been to prevent such developments intruding into the smaller scale, more intimate landscapes of the more southerly parts of the region, including a broad corridor along the A75. Appeal decisions such as those relating to Barcloy Hill, California, and perhaps most notably Knock and Durrock, have confirmed and embedded the approach. Against this background, Mochrum Fell becomes the case that could punch a hole in it. For my fourth point, I return to the matter of landscape quality. It should go without saying that a widespread appreciation of the quality of Galloway's landscapes underlies the current campaign for a Galloway National Park. The extensive public consultation that the Galloway National Park Association undertook revealed just how broad and deep this affection is, and how greatly communities and individuals value the visual experience that the region has to offer. A key feature of its appeal is the variety of landscapes on offer in a comparatively small area. Scotland in microcosm, as is sometimes claimed. But arguably what is outstanding within the overall mix is the quality of the middle ground, much of it made up of enclosed farmed landscapes. These are highly distinctive and without close parallel elsewhere in Scotland, and those to the west, east and south of Mochrum Fell are amongst the very best examples. It would thus be a tragedy if a single conspicuous inappropriate development were to significantly degrade their overwhelmingly pastoral character. Finally, I come to community views. Others will speak on this subject with more authority than I can claim. I would just like to draw attention to one particular dimension of the issue. Mochrum Fell lies within the Galloway and Southern Ayrshire Biosphere Reserve. Biosphere reserves are an international environmental designation awarded by UNESCO to areas of outstanding biodiversity and landscape interest. That in itself must surely be of relevance to any decision about proposed wind farm development within the biosphere. But even more germane may be the designation's purpose in modelling sustainable rural development. This means that the aim throughout the biosphere, including the outer so-called transition zone within which Mochrum Fell lies, the goal must be for any development of whatever type to be exemplary. Given the pressure for wind farm development in southwest Scotland, and indeed its acknowledgement of the need for low carbon electricity generation, the partnership board that oversees the biosphere has tried to encapsulate that aim in a policy for wind farm development. This policy, in line with general UNESCO biosphere philosophy, states as follows, and this is a quote: "Wind farm developments within the biosphere could be acceptable in the transition zone, where substantial community engagement has demonstrated that the majority of communities are supportive of the proposed development, and it can be shown that the environmental impact of the development is minimal and effective mitigation can be achieved." That, it seems to me, is a reasonable test to apply to a development proposal with the magnitude of potential impact of this scheme, especially in its latest revised form. It's one that I believe, in any fair judgment, it signally fails. And that's my bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. That certainly raised issues which we will be discussing in the sessions tomorrow, particularly in relation to landscape and cumulative impacts and potential changes to landscape character and the visual environment. If you could email your transcript to Christine Brown, that would be much appreciated, and it can then be circulated to all the parties for reference. I'm going to offer Mr. Bell, if he wishes, the chance to respond. I think I'm correct in saying those are all the speakers for Help Save Mochrum Fell this afternoon. Yes. Yep. So, Mr. Bell, if you have any comments, or even if you wish to indicate that you will address these comments tomorrow, if it's more appropriate, I'm happy, whichever approach you wish to take.
I can be fairly brief at just responding to some now. I think in terms of Mr. Shaw's reference to the cheap green energy, I think one important point is becoming more relevant now is energy security and security of supply, and it's reference to some of the geopolitical matters going on. And I think that is an important factor, security of supply, and will become ever more so, I think. The economic benefits was touched upon, or lack of, I think as Mr. Shaw put it, but I would just flag chapter 5 of the onshore wind policy statement refresh is quite helpful in setting out what the government sees as the big opportunity for onshore wind. So the reference to the 12 gigawatt additional capacity, if that does proceed, then the estimate is that that would deliver £27.8 billion of added economic input. Now, this scheme would deliver, we've said, £37 million of that. Now, that may be a small number in terms of that overall figure, but the government knows that a lot of projects will come forward that collectively will provide that economic benefit. So I think that's important. I think the only other thing I would comment in terms of what Mr. Shaw said was his challenge to the professional integrity of the professional team advising the appellant. That is just totally refuted. And I think this cropped up in the submissions of the group as well, which we responded to in a rebuttal, that all the advisors representing the appellant have followed the full standards in line with their professional codes of conduct. So that position is simply not accepted by the group, and it's disappointing that has been contended. In terms of Mr. Montgomery, I don't have any comments. In terms of Mr. Milligan, the lighting is infrared. That is proposed, so there is no visible lighting proposed, so that should not be, or would not be, an issue. In terms of the references to Falk Renewables, it is a private company. but we need to remember that the government is asking the market to respond in a market economy to deliver the investment needed to attain net zero. So that should really be no surprise and wouldn't be material matter in any event. In terms of Mr. Thompson, I would just say we do know that Nature Scott has no objection to the proposed development. And in terms of the various landscape matters that he went over at some length, the appellant has carefully considered landscape and visual matters. We'll of course cover that tomorrow, but the approach I would maintain is to follow the development plan, spatial framework, and deal with material considerations, not to bring in matters such as a potential new national park or to make up policy with regard to the biosphere reserve. These would not be material matters to take into account, but we will focus on the landscape and visual matters tomorrow that Mr. Thompson has raised. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Bell. If we're content that Help Save Mochrum Fell have completed their input, we can move to the community councils who are being represented today. Are you quite happy, Mr. Campbell?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Very content.
Thank you very much. Now, in terms of those representing or speaking on behalf of community councils, I have Ms. Pridham. And I wonder, could anybody else indicate if they're speaking on behalf of a community council today?
Excuse me, Mark.
Yep.
Alison Chapman, Alan Keith and Caroline Pridham are representing the community council. We had suggested that Alan Keith spoke first, followed by Alison and then Carol, if that's okay with you, Mark.
Absolutely fine.
Thank you. So if Alan can speak next, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Proctor.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello, Mr. Keith.
I should clarify, I am not strictly speaking on behalf of the Community Council. I am not on the committee of the Community Council. I have participated in some of their meetings, but I cannot speak on behalf of the Crossmichael Community Council. I thought that was clear, but if it's not, then I'm not sure what my situation is here. I'm speaking as an individual who lives in Crossmichael and who has concerns about the way the Community Council acted in terms of this particular issue.
Well, perhaps if we just hear from you now, Mr. Keith, that would be the easiest thing. And I've noted that you're not representing any organisation other than your own individual interest. Is that as a resident of Crossmichael?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry if there was some confusion about this.
Absolutely fine.
Fine. Okay. Well, as a resident of Crossmichael and having had involvement in meetings of the Community Council, I'd like to speak on two subjects really. One, to back up to some extent what earlier people have said without going into too much detail. I happen to be a retired electrical and mechanical engineer, so I've had an interest in the generation of electricity by wind and other methods for some time. And I'm opposed in principle to increasing the amount of wind generation capacity because it's becoming increasingly clear that despite claims of the contrary by interested parties, electricity prices are increasing due to factors such as balancing costs, constraint payments, and other factors. And part of this is due to the amount of wind generation which is already on the system. While I can't quote exact figures, it is apparent from GridWatch, which is a website that shows daily figures from wind generation, from all forms of generation. There is at least something in excess of 20 5 gigawatts of potential generation from wind. And this is more than enough to supply a very large amount of the demand, which is typically perhaps 35 to 40 gigawatt. However, because it's not dispatchable, it is quite frequently the case that the generation level can be as little as 1% of the demand. Now, even if you doubled the number of wind turbines, when the wind doesn't blow across the UK, you basically have minimal generation. So I think we already have an adequate number of wind turbines in the UK now, and the more they're increased, the more they'll be that the system will be subject to constraint payments and such, because of the fact that many times there's excess power, and excess power cannot be taken in. The storage is minimal, so excess power can only be dealt with by shutting down the generating the turbines. I won't go on any further about that, because many other people have made this point. My specific point about community councils is that I had an involvement with community council meetings during the lockdown period, which had to be done by Zoom. And one of my concerns is the fact that many households are not fully aware of the spread and vastly increased scale of local wind farms. Now, there's little local publicity about this, and unless you have a specific interest and look for the information, you're unlikely to find very much. Working families are struggling to manage matters such as schools, day-to-day work, bringing up the children, and many couples work full time. I'm retired, fortunately, with my wife, so I have time, but many other people just will not notice such matters. The community councils have a remit to proactively engage with local people, informing them of matters which are likely to affect them. Unfortunately, in the case of this particular application, Mochrum Fell, this didn't happen. The subject was put on the meeting agenda, but the only way that people would learn about it was by a page of agenda and notes put on a notice board at the end of the bus shelter in Crossmichael. Now, I can assure you that only a tiny fraction of the 740 odd people who live in Crossmichael and the surrounding parish will have noticed a piece of white paper with some small typeface on it. So I raised this point at a meeting and said that I felt that more should be done to alert people of the facts about this particular issue. I was perhaps a bit late in bringing it up because I didn't realise what was happening. But the community council seemed unsympathetic. They said they didn't have resources to spread the information. I personally spoke to a number of people in the village, about 14, over a space of half a day, and explained to them what I felt and asked them their opinion. And out of about 14 people, 12 people agreed with me that the community council should put an objection in. They were unhappy about what they learned about the wind farm, the damage to the environment, which is quite extensive, the access roads, the traffic through the village during construction, which albeit it's a temporary matter, but there are already considerable problems with timber lorries going through the village, and cement mixers and turbine lorries carrying huge components, adding to damage to the roads and whatever. Anyway, I presented a short petition listing the names of these individuals to the Community Council and asked them if they would take note of this, but unfortunately, they said that it was there wasn't enough evidence to take any action, and time was too short to do anything more about it. So, in summing up this, I think Crossmichael Community Council failed in their duty to adequately engage with the community and in a more proactive way, such as by perhaps sending round a newsletter or using other media to get information about this issue to the population, and in not objecting to the wind, putting a community council objection into the wind farm, I think they failed in their duty, and that's what I really wanted to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keith. I am sorry to hear that you feel your community council has not represented you and other residents properly. Again, not a matter that I can address directly through the determination of this appeal, but I would say it is a reasonably common theme across Scotland in terms of resources and funding for community councils, and also in seeking the engagement of residents who are not actual community council members. It is always difficult. People's lives are busy and they don't necessarily read notices in the paper, or particularly with larger scale, more dispersed projects, site notices aren't necessarily informative either. So I do appreciate your point of view. In terms of addressing it, I take your points in terms of the generation of energy from such projects. We did discuss that in detail earlier, but your points are noted. I will note your explanation for the lack of an objection from Crossmichael Community Council. So thank you very much for your submission today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keith. I think Ms. Chapman is next, or Mrs. Chapman.
Yes, that's right.
Oh yes, hello, I can see you. Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Thank you.
Can I just say that I did serve on our community council. I was elected and served for 3.5 years, I think. But I had to retire because I was having treatment for cancer. So that's why I have no problems on this. Can I begin?
Yes, indeed, please.
One, I'm grateful for the opportunity to make a contribution to this inquiry. I base my comments on my response following your invitation to look at UK Environment Act 2021 and what their Galloway Landscape and Renewable Energy, of which I was elected convener, experience with regard to the scoping, application, PLI, consent, and then construction and commissioning of Blackford Wind Farm between about 2002 and today, the 9th of May. In 2008, as part of our efforts to combat the proposed Blackford Wind Farm being granted permission in light of many objections, Claire raised concerns about potential adverse additive impacts that are now also necessarily the subject of this appeal. On biodiversity, for example, do we have any monitored and recorded information about what has happened over the last few years to a wind farm and the community around it or them just a few kilometres away? Or any recorded information and analysis of data of impacts, both beneficial or adverse, over the period from scoping to commissioning, performance, and beyond? My response to the issues raised in the Environment Act 21 outlined in further written comments submitted to you, however, we identified the following points. Claire identified the real possibility of squabbling in communities that adopted a competitive means of distributing by unelected persons forming trusts to administer so-called community benefit to individuals applying to them for projects, which others see as some kind of bribe. But this form of bargaining now seems commonplace. Blair examined economic adverse impacts, such as the impact of loss of amenity, landscape, dark skies, wildlife, tranquility, to the forest economy, demonstrated in the last few years, and many people wrote in about this too, by reduced numbers of tourists here and the recent local selling off of considerable numbers of properties, often used as holiday cottages, but beyond the price range of most local would-be buyers. Blair, with the assistance of the Renewable Energy Foundation, Warrior, noted the relatively marginal global impact that the intermittent and variable amount of electricity would have, given Scotland's weather patterns, which was touched on by Mr. Keith, and the transmission of it for sale beyond D&G, which has been touched on by several people today. Scotland is reported as responsible for barely 1% of global problems, which does not justify in any reasonable way the huge adverse additive impacts of any more extensive grid connections, taking the product away from the community that provided it, as well as destroying the very landscape the whole effort of such a project was intended to preserve. And I note, in particular, Loch Ken, for nearly 100 years, has been capable of supplying nearly every, I think almost more than every, household in Dumfries and Galloway. And it's ours. But the house in which I now live didn't actually get an electricity connection till the 1950s. And the thing was built in the 1930s. Obviously not quite in this direction. The good intentions behind policies have been portrayed by the failure to give sufficient attention to existing technologies such as photovoltaic, hydroelectric, nuclear fusion, and others that cause fewer additive cumulative effects. For example, MPF4 has a worthy policy about maintaining the health and well-being of all Scotland's people, and I have cause to be thankful. The impact on many people in our area is that they have had to endure 20+ stressful years trying to think supposed ways to combat the problems that our human activity has caused and is causing, from actually making matters worse by the unknown or the under or over estimated interreactions among the results of the supposed cure, and killing the very things we're seeking to conserve. If there is no regular recording or monitoring of the execution of suspensive or any other kind of condition, or indeed a major item for consideration, such as grid connection, is left until after any consent has been achieved, then what information is in place and readily available to judge the efficacy of such major alterations to the world around us? It is surely axiomatic that a wind power station needs some means of calculating, recording, and publicising its impacts, even during a pandemic, both expected and unexpected, singly or additive cumulative. Surely, before all else, a wind power station, in order to function, must have identified and conceived some viable means of exporting its product, which will in itself require rigorous additive cumulative impact assessment of every aspect of the environment we share with other living entities. The statement of local concern, which I submitted to you earlier, is just one account of what happened in the years following the granting of consent for Black Craig in 2011, with particular regard for the grid connection issues that arose, because Margreave was included, even though it hadn't been consented, in the grid connection, and chronicles the lessons to be learned for any opposer of the proposed Mochrum Fell wind farm, and volley down that would, if acted on and implemented, create greater public confidence in both process and outcome in our planning decision making with regard to protecting the environment, which, after all, we only share with everything else in this world. May I ask you, Mom, as the reporter, to consider the value of finding out what the impact may be of the remedy we seek to apply on behalf of all the people who tried so long and hard to look after our increasingly fragile environment. In particular, the late Pat Rigg, who toiled long and hard to establish that there were, maybe there still are, bats on Black Craig, which was at first denied by Scottish Natural Heritage, and the late Charles Douglas, who warned that the black grouse population would become extinct unless some relocation was put into practice, an area of inquiry pursued without any answers from 2016 until today. I am still waiting for an answer to my question, what happened to the black grouse relocation? Thank you, Mom, for your time and your hard work.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Chapman. Much appreciated. I have your written statements and I think also a CD. I don't think I had the CD. I think the contents were downloaded for me and the attachments to previous submissions, which all parties will have had the benefit of seeing. If perhaps we can hear from Ms. Pridham, and then we can come back and comment at the end on the Community Council input. Ms. Pridham, are you happy to proceed?
I am.
Thank you.
What I'd like to ask, though, is a number of the issues that I was going to raise, which are points being raised by our community and our community council, have already been covered.
Okay.
But I think it's really important to actually read the statement because it really reflects what our community feels. So forgive me if there's any repetition.
No, that's...
The other thing is that there seems to be a lot of echo on the line.
I know, I'm just trying to see if somebody has their microphone on. I can see, I do.
Because there wasn't earlier, but now everything's very echoey.
It is a little bit. Mr. and Mrs. Chapman, I wonder, could you mute your microphone for a moment?
Try.
Thank you.
I did it. Thank you.
Okay, that sounds better. Thank you.
Lovely, that's better. Thank you very much.
So this is a hearing statement from Corsican and Kirkpatrick Durham Community Council. Also from myself, because I'm a resident of Corsican and have been for 16 years. I've served on the Community Council for 10 years. I have a scientific training, studied at Bristol and universities, and I have worked for an international conservation organization for the last 20 years. Corsican and Kirkpatrick Durham Community Council serves approximately 500 residents living in 2 villages, but also several hamlets, including Lochbenny, the Old River, and Ockney, together with surrounding farms and cottages, which are spread out over a large area. Unfortunately, all of residents are likely to be badly affected by Mochrum Fell, which is why I'm here to represent our communities. I'd like to set out the context of this development, and I'd like to make it very clear that Corsica and Patrick Durham Community Council and our residents are not climate change deniers. We fully recognise climate change emergency and recognise the need to address the crisis in a holistic way that does not increase damage to biodiversity, the environment, or to the local communities. However, as has already been mentioned, we already hosted Black Wind Farm, which produces already over 50 more megawatts of renewable energy, generating enough electricity to serve over half of Dumfries and Galloway Council. Can you hear me? Because it's really echoey.
It is, your sound is quite intermittent, I have to say. I can still understand you, but
Right.
it's not ideal, I would say. Callum, see if Callum is there. On my screen, Ms. Pridham, and sorry to interrupt you, you're showing up as having your microphone muted, but I can actually hear you. So I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah,
Not showing
just
us
having a look. For me, it's showing that Caroline's in the meeting twice.
That will be why.
Let me, Callum, what can I do?
What you could do is try leaving and joining again.
Okay. Sorry.
That should hopefully solve it.
Actually, yes, you are in the meeting twice. So yes, if you come out and come out. Right, so you're still there, that should help. And you're showing up on my screen as muted still. So if you could unmute yourself.
It may be in another window or something, Caroline, where it's open. Maybe that Teams is open twice.
I think she's found it. Apologies, it will only take a moment. Better that we can hear her clearly rather than trying to guess. Oh. Right.
Hello.
Much better. Much better. Thank you.
I'm so sorry, everybody.
That's absolutely
fine. I think
fine.
it was because I dropped out and then I tried to come in again. So, okay, let's start again. Being resident of Corsica for 16 years, Durham for just under 10 years. I have a scientific training having studied at Bristol and Oxford University. I have worked for an international conservation organisation for the last 20 years. I represent Corsica and Kirkpatrick Durham Community Council. We serve approximately 500 residents living in two main villages, Corsica and Kirkpatrick Durham, and several hamlets, including Knockvenny and the Old Bridge of Ur and Auchenvay, together with surrounding farms and cottages spread over a large area. All of our residents are likely to be badly affected by Mochrum Fell, which is why I'm here to represent our communities. The context for this development is that we are not climate change deniers. We fully recognise the climate change emergency and recognise the need to address this crisis in a holistic way that does not increase the damage to biodiversity, the environment, or local communities. However, as stated earlier, we are already hosting Blackrake Wind Farm, which is generating enough renewable energy to serve half of Dumfries and Galloway when it is operating, when the wind is blowing. In addition, Fell Wind Farm, which has recently been approved at appeal, would add an additional 49.5 megawatts of renewable energy, which our community council is hosting or will be hosting once built. So therefore, these two wind farms alone will generate enough energy to serve all of the households across Dumfries and Galloway. And as has already been mentioned this morning, the reality is that Scotland as a whole is actually currently generating enough renewable energy to meet most of our needs, and in fact, in some cases has an excess. Therefore, the first point I'd like to raise is we as a community feel that we are already doing our bit to actually meet renewable energy demands. The second thing to point out is this proposal is going against the wishes of our community. Over 800 written objections were made against having a wind farm sited at Mochrum Fell. In addition, in 2020, because we know how difficult it is to get the message out to such a spaced out rural community, we as a community council took upon ourselves to actually go door to door and distribute leaflets explaining what was happening in our area with the large number of wind farms that were being proposed. Over 93% of those who responded made it clear that they did not want any more wind farms in our area, and cited the fact that they were already hosting the Black Craig wind farm, which a number of them had already objected to. So therefore, they strongly felt that enough was enough. In addition, another 8 local community councils have also objected to the proposed wind farm at Mochrum Fell. So I think what needs to be taken away from that message is our communities really do not want this development, even though on the Mochrum Fell website and the Falk website, both the developer and the landowner say that it's got community behind it. That is not the case. Thirdly, our residents and many beyond our community council areas are extremely concerned about the cumulative impact of yet another wind farm in our area for the following reasons. Amenity and recreational value and sense of place will all be badly impacted for our local residents if Mochrum Fell wind farm is approved. I completely recognise that we're going to be taking account of the landscape issues tomorrow, but I would also like to raise the point that there are 4 specific sites which are between 1 and 2 kilometres away from Mochrum Fell, which our residents, I'm talking about Corsic and Kirkpatrick Durham, Auchenvay, and the Old Bridge of Ayr and Knockvenny, use on a regular basis, and they're not all cited as core paths. So one is a circular walk around Corsic Loch, which would be badly impacted. It's due east of Mochrum Fell. No Top Loch Nature Reserve, which is northwest of Mochrum Fell. Well Hill Cairn, which is just outside Kirkpatrick Durham, and Monument Cairn, which I think has already been mentioned, which, due to its high elevation, already has a number of wind farms which are visible to the north and west. But if Mochrum Fell is built, it will be much closer and will impact the view to the southwest as well. So I think that needs to be considered. So why does this matter? It really matters because many of our residents, whether they're born and bred here and have chosen to stay in the area, or have moved to the area for the beauty of the landscape and its wildlife, both of these things are likely to be badly impacted by the proposed development. If Mochrum Fell is approved, many within our community are going to be forced to look at wind turbines. For the last 10 years, whilst wind farm application after wind farm application has been coming across our desk, a key question has been who owns the landscape? The landowners who own the land, the government which provides subsidies to these landowners, who owns the view, the sky, and who owns the biodiversity that's living within this landscape that we care about so much? Do the wishes of the community who live here count for nothing? And do we have no rights? Over the last 10 years, our community council has had 10 wind farm applications, either at scoping or in planning or at appeal. It has just been totally relentless. Another point to mention is we currently have over 500 wind turbines operational in Dumfries and Galloway, with another 300 being built. And we are generating far more renewable energy than our region will ever use or need. We do not need more wind farms. What we need is affordable energy, whether it's through solar, improved insulation for our homes. We also need better public transport and a number of other things which would really help with us all living more sustainably and also more affordably, which is, I think, increasingly important with the current situation. What has already been mentioned just this afternoon for everyone that's present now is our residents are concerned about the impact of Mochrum Fell wind farm on the value of their residential properties. Many in the area don't have second homes. Many of the people on this call, their home is their only asset, and therefore if the value of their homes is impacted, it will have a major impact on their lives going forward. Land prices are being increased as a result of wind farm developments and commercial forestry. This has come up in conversation with several farmers in the area. The fact that they cannot purchase more land for farming because the value of it is too high now, thanks to all of the money that's being invested in wind farm developments and commercial forestry. So if they want to go on farming the way that they've been doing for generations, they're not able to do that now. The fourth point I'd like to make relates to land take. Huge areas within our region are being locked up, either with wind farm development or commercial forestry. This is going to impact our communities for the next 30 years, for several generations. And we really feel enough of this has been done already. If Mochrum Fell is granted, it'll be another 430 hectares locked up in a wind farm development. Going back to the environmental issues, so much of our area is being covered in wind farms and commercial forestry. Many species of conservation concern are being forced out of their habitats, making them more likely to change their movements and migration patterns and disperse more widely. Which also highlights, as Alison has mentioned, the need for continuous and regular monitoring of proposed sites, both before the development goes ahead as scoping, but also if a development is consented, that is really required and it's not being done, or if it is being done, the information is not getting to the communities. I requested info from the Black Craig development on monitoring, and I'm still waiting to hear back from them. So that information isn't available in the public domain, and I think it really should be, or at least it should be made available to community councils and the local residents. Another point that has been made is the risk of additional wind farms being approved adjacent to Mochrum Fell. We have 3 additional wind farms that are being put forward for scoping in this area since 2012. All of these are south of the A712 and would also join up with the proposed Larcrogo wind farm, which is north of the A712. And there would be a huge sweep of wind farms. And as Ian Milligan has already mentioned, one of the big issues is that now cumulative impact, if there's already a wind farm there, then it's immediately considered that it's okay to actually create a cluster of wind farms. So if Mochrum Fell is approved, we are concerned that there is a huge risk that it will just open the floodgates. So therefore, taking all of these points into account, our community council and our communities are strongly opposed to this wind farm at Mochrum Fell. And we would like you to reject this proposal. Our next points relate to monitoring, should the development be consented. At the moment, there is insufficient environmental, socio-economic and cumulative impact monitoring proposed, should the development at Mochrum Fell be approved. Plus, there is no mention of making the data available to our community council and our residents, should it be built. We really feel that this needs to be done. The next point relates to cumulative impact monitoring. At the moment, as already been mentioned this morning, there is very, very little information on the cumulative impact of a number of wind farms in a specific area, either on the environmental impact or the socio-economic impact. And there's very little pressure or request for the developers to provide this information as a baseline. So therefore, going forward, if you don't have that information at the start, there is no way of measuring to see what impact any development would have in the future. And we think this really needs to be addressed for this development and any other future developments in our area. Last but not least, local planning guidance decisions and the wishes of the local communities are being overridden time and time again. 3 wind farms recently proposed within our community council area have all been submitted to the DPA for non-determination: Garcrago, Fell, and this second proposal for Mochrum Fell. We do not feel that this is right or fair, particularly because Fell Wind Farm was approved at appeal without a hearing. Black Craig Wind Farm faced huge opposition from our communities, was rejected by Dumfries and Galloway Council Planning, but the decision was appealed and then it was approved by the Scottish Government. Mochrum Fell 2 would have unacceptable significant adverse impacts on landscape, and there would be additional cumulative ecological impacts on the wildlife species and habitats, impacts on residential amenity, tourism, recreational interests and people's sense of place. We therefore sincerely hope that you as the reporter will take account of our concerns and will take account of the evidence that shows that this proposal should be rejected, and ask that a block be put on any future wind farm applications to this site for the next 20 years. That's all I have to say.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Ms. Pridham. Much appreciated. In relation to your last point, that is not something the planning system can do. It's simply up to the market to decide where and when they apply for planning consent for various schemes. It's simply not a function of the planning system to constrain development proposals. It wouldn't be possible. In terms of the other matters you raised, I have noted all of them. I note we will discuss cumulative landscape and visual impact tomorrow in more detail. I understand your point about conditions and monitoring of outcomes. And it's certainly something that could be looked at should relevant conditions be applied to any consent in this appeal. I would remind you that it is the local planning authority who monitor conditions attached to consents, and that very much depends on their approach to monitoring conditions. But I can see the benefit in what you say in terms of having baseline data to assess situations moving forward when you have an accumulation of wind farms in a particular locality. I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Pridham, that is the general case for the Community Council. Can I ask Mr. Bell, does he have any comments and would wish to make them? It's 4:45 and we can go until really we're finished today. Probably better to have everybody's input as much as possible and move on tomorrow morning. So Mr. Bell, any comments that you would wish to make or questions arising that you would like me to direct?
No questions, thank you. Just a couple of points to make. First, with regard to Mr. Keith, sorry to hear of Mr. Keith's experience, but what may assist you, ma'am, in terms of the measures that the appellant took, or the applicant at that stage on public engagement, is the Trakcs report, which is the pre-application consultation report that the developer has to put together. That's, I think it's APP 1.12, and that sets out the physical drop-in sessions that were progressed in 2019, then the virtual events in 2020 because of the COVID impact, and refers to the 122 feedback forums, which were generally positive. And that's all recorded in the PAC report. I think in terms of the numbers of objections, I appreciate we don't have our report of handling, and that would normally set out the numbers. And I think Ms. Pridham may have been referring to the 800 on the first planning application. Our own assessment of the numbers for this planning application is 490 objections and 57 letters of support. But we've also analysed the postcodes, and there's 146 of those objections are within 10 kilometres of the site. There's over 120 that are beyond 100 kilometres in terms of their addresses. So that is what we consider to be the numbers from our own analysis. These were the only points I wanted to make. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to Ms. Pridham first, as she has just spoken, and then Mr. and Mrs. Proctor. Ms. Pridham.
Okay, so as far as the written objections, yes, Mr. Bell's correct. I was mentioning the initial wind farm, but what I would like to point out is the fact that our communities are being overwhelmed with wind farm applications, and even me sitting on the community council I'm actually having difficulty keeping track of the number of wind farm applications because they're coming at the same time. So in one case, you would literally submit a letter of an objection, and then it would be the following week, there'd be another one cropping up on the horizon, or in some case simultaneously, which is fine if you're retired and that's all you have to do. That's no disrespect to the people on this call who are retired, because I know quite often people can be busier if they're retired. But I think what I'm saying is, which is something which has been raised by a number of other people on this call, if you are working full time and you have a family, or you have family commitments, or you have other commitments, it's actually very difficult to keep on top of it all. And a number of our residents have actually contacted us and said, well, I'm not sure what's going on. I know there are lots of wind farms, but I'm not sure which one it is now. And that's something that's come up again and again. So it may be that is why fewer people objected to this second, or fewer of our residents objected to this particular proposal, because they've got wind farm objection fatigue. But secondly, as I say, we actually took the time. I took a week of my annual leave, my precious annual leave, to go around the whole of our community and find out what they wanted as a rep of our community council. And we also provide QR codes so that people could feedback if they had computers, but also because some people in our community don't have computers, I got written statements from people, whether it was for or against. So that, but the other thing I would like to ask you is in relation to the baselines, I would suggest that we need baselines for socioeconomic, tourism, and these need to be undertaken before the proposal is actually built and developed. And I'm not sure what the process is or how we can request that that happens.
Well, it's something I can certainly look at in terms of an enforceable condition. Any condition attached to any consent needs to meet with the terms of Scottish Government guidance and regulations, and it also needs to be something that the local planning authority can actually enforce. But it is certainly something that could be looked at should we need to do that. I take both you and Mr. Bell's points in relation to the submissions made, and I understand the magnitude of them in terms of the difference between the first wind farm scheme consented on appeal and the current one that I am looking at.
Thank you.
So, Mr. and Mrs. Proctor, I think you wish to speak.
Yes, please, ma'am. Coming back to Mr. Bell's point that a lot of the objections were from people that are out of the area, this just shows the strength of opinion of visitors to the area. A lot of these are people who come here for holidays year after year, and they have strong feelings about the overwhelming wind farm status. And a lot of the objections are from people who have continuously objected over the last 10 years since the MF1 proposal. We have found that there have been less people objecting to MF2 than there were from MF1 because they feel that objections are pointless in a lot of cases. They feel that whatever happens, whatever they say, the Scottish Government is likely to overrule it, and that it's a foregone conclusion that it will be passed for approval. On your mention of conditions, we have found from experience that Dumfries and Galloway Council don't have the resources to enforce any of these conditions or even to ask the developers to provide the necessary information. It appears that when anything is approved, the conditions are just ignored by the developers because they know they're not going to be actions. Was there anything else? Thank you, Mark.
No, lovely, thank you. I take your point about the 120 objections from over 100 kilometres away. That may be the case, and I'll certainly bear that comment in mind. The number of objections is in itself not entirely material. It simply indicates the level of interest. I don't think 490 and 50 is insubstantial. So it's the content of those objections and the matters that they raise that we're discussing over the next few days that really material. And that is very useful. I think I'm right in saying there are no further speakers. I have one hand up from Mr. Duncan McIntyre. I am correct. No, oh, I can see.
Sorry, that was a mistake.
Oh, what? No problem at all. I see Mr. Chapman's hand is up. Mr. Chapman, is that maybe an error as well? No, his hand is still there. Mr. Chapman, do you wish to add anything? No. Okay. I'm content that I have the clear views of the community councils, the Help Save Mochrum Fell group and community council members and individuals who have spoken. Thank you all very much for your participation today. tomorrow morning we will start our second session, and that will be the hearing on landscape and visual impact and the hearing session on conditions. We didn't quite get to policy NE2, regional scenic areas, and in particular the Galloway Hills RSA. So we will start tomorrow morning session with a recap on that. So if you could bear that in mind. We will start tomorrow at 9:30. The meeting will be open to everybody at 9:15. So please ensure that you are there and connected and ready to start from that point. I have provisionally allowed a full day for the sessions tomorrow. I have added half day on Wednesday morning should we require it. I think we will try quite hard to keep to a timetable of finishing tomorrow, if at all possible. But if we need to, please be aware that Wednesday morning will be available. Are there any questions on the procedure for tomorrow, or indeed anything arising from today that you wish to bring up? No. Well, I will finish today's session by saying thank you all very much for your engagement and your participation today. It's, as always, invaluable in helping me reaching my decision, and I'm look forward to seeing those of you who are participating tomorrow. Thank you.